Chapter 16 of Marietta, a Maid of Venice by Frances Marion CRAWFORD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Marietta's heart stood still as she bent over the back of the chair, holding it with both her hands, but feeling that she was falling. She had expected anything but this when Nella had begun to speak. The blow was sudden and heavy, and she herself had never known how much she could be hurt until that moment. Nella looked at her in astonishment. The serving woman had changed her mind about Zorzi of late, and had grown fond of him in taking care of him. But her anger against Giovanni was roused rather because what he was about to do was an affront to his father, her master, than out of mere sympathy for the intended victim. She was far from understanding what could have so deeply moved Marietta. "You see," she said triumphantly, "what sort of a brother you have." The sound of her voice recalled the young girl just when she felt that she was losing consciousness. Her first instinct was to go to Zorzi and warn him. He must escape at once. The governor had said that it should be tomorrow, but he might change his mind and send his men tonight. There was no time to be lost. She must go instantly. As she stood upright, she could see the porter's light shining through the small grated window, for Pasquale was still awake, but in a few minutes the light would go out. She had often been at her own window at that hour, and had watched it, wondering whether Zorzi would work far into the night, and whether he was thinking of her. It would be easy to slip out by the side door and run across. No one would know, except Nella and Pasquale, but she would have preferred that only the latter should be in the secret. She was still dressed, though her hair was undone, and the hood of the thin silk mantle would hide that. Her mind reasoned by instantaneous flashes now, and she had full control of herself again. She would tell Nella that she was going downstairs again for a little while, and she would also tell her to make an infusion of lime flowers and to bring it in half an hour and wait for her. Down the main staircase to the landing, down the narrow stairs in the dark, out into the street. It would not take long, and she would tap very softly at the door of the glass house. When she said that she would go down again, Nella suspected nothing. On the contrary, she thought her mistress was wise. "You will lead on the Signor Giovanni to talk of Zorzi," she said. "You will learn something." "And make me a drink of lime flowers," continued Marietta. "The housekeeper has plenty." I know," answered Nella. "Shall you come up again soon?" "Be here in half an hour with the drink, and wait for me. You had better go for the lime flowers before the housekeeper is asleep. I will twist my hair up again before I go down." Nella nodded and disappeared, for the housekeeper generally went to bed very early. As soon as she was out of the room, Marietta took her silk cloak and wrapped herself in it, drawing the end over her head so as to hide her hair and shade her face. She was pale still, but her lips were tightly closed, and her eyelids a little drawn together as she left the room. She met no one on the stairs. In the dark, when she reached the door, she could feel the oak bar that was set across it at night, and she slipped it back into its hole in the wall without making much noise. She lifted the latch and went out. The night was still and clear, and the young moon was setting. If anyone had been looking out, she must have been seen as she crossed the wooden bridge, and she glanced nervously back at the open windows. There were lights in the big room, and she heard Giovanni's monotonous voice as he talked to his wife. But there was shadow under the glass house, and a moment later she was tapping softly at the door. Pasquale looked down from the grating and was about to say something uncomplimentary when he recognized her, for he could see very well when there was little light, like most sailors. He opened the door at once and stood aside and let Marietta enter. "Shut the door quickly," she whispered, "and do not open it for anyone till I come out." Pasquale obeyed in silence. He knew as well as she did that Giovanni was sitting in the big room, with open windows, within easy hearing of ordinary sounds. A feeble light came through the open door of the porter's lodge. "Is Zorzi awake?" Marietta asked in a low tone, when both had gone a few steps down the corridor. "Yes, he will sleep little tonight, for the boys have not come, and he must tend the fire himself." Marietta guessed that her brother had given the order so that Zorzi might be left quite alone. "Pasquale," she said, "I can trust you, I'm sure. You are a good friend of Zorzi." The porter growled something incoherent, but she understood what he meant. "Yes," she continued, "I trust you, and you must trust me. It is absolutely necessary that I should speak with Zorzi alone tonight. No one knows that I have left the house, and no one must know that I have been here." The old sailor had seen much in his day, but he was profoundly astonished at Marietta's audacity. "You are the mistress," he said in a grave and quiet voice that Marietta had never heard before. "But I am an old man, and I cannot help telling you that it is not seemly for a young girl to be alone at night with a young man in the place where he lives. You will forgive me for saying so, because I have served your father a long time." "You're quite right," answered Marietta, "but in matters of life and death there is nothing seemly or unseemly. I have not time to explain all this. Zorzi is in great danger. For my father's sake I must warn him, and I cannot stay out long. Not even Nella must know that I am here. Be ready to let me out." She almost ran down the corridor to the garden. The moon was already too low to shine upon the wall, but the beams silvered the higher leaves of the plane tree, and all was clear and distinct. Even in her haste, she glanced at the place where she had so often sat before her life had begun to change. There was a strong light in the laboratory, and the window was open. She looked in and saw Zorzi sitting in the great chair, his head leaning back and his eyes closed. He was so pale and worn that she felt a sharp pain as her eyes fell on his face. His crutch was beside him, and he seemed to be asleep. It was a pity to wake him, she thought, yet she could not lose time. She had lost too much already in talking with Pasquale. "Zorzi!" she called him softly. He started in his sleep, opened his eyes wide, and tried to spring up without his crutch, for he fancied himself in a dream. She had thrown back the drapery that covered her head, and the bright light fell upon her face. It hurt her again to see how he staggered and put out his hand for his accustomed support. "I am coming in," she said quietly. "Do not move unless the door is locked." She met him before he was half across the room. Instinctively she put out her hand to help him back to his chair. Then she understood that he did not need it, for he was much better now. She saw that he looked to the window, expecting to see Nella, and she smiled. "I am alone," she said. "You see how I trust you? Only Pasquale knows I am here. You must sit down, and I will sit beside you, for I have much to say." He looked at her in silent wonder for a moment, happy beyond words to be with her, but very anxious as to the reasons which could have brought her to him at such an hour and quite alone. Her manner was so quiet and decided that it did not even occur to him to protest against her coming, and he sat down as she bade him, but on the bench, and she seated herself in the chair, turning in it so that she could see his face. They were near enough to speak in low tones. "My brother Giovanni hates you," she began. "He means to ruin you, if he can, before my father comes home." "I am not afraid of him," said Zorzi, speaking for the first time since she had entered. "Let him do his worst." "You do not know what his worst is," answered Marietta, "and he has got Messer Jacopo Contarini to help him. You are surprised? Yes, my betrothed husband has promised to speak with his father against you at once. You know that he is of the council." Zorzi's face expressed the utmost astonishment. "Are you quite sure that it is Jacopo Contarini?" he asked, as if unable to believe what she said. "Is it likely that I should be mistaken? My brother was with him this afternoon at the palace. Our gondolier heard them talking on the stairs as they came down. He told Nella, and she has just told me. Giovanni heaped all sorts of abuse on you, and Messer Jacopo agreed with all he said. Then they spoke of arresting you and bringing you to justice, and they talked of the council. After that Giovanni met with the governor of Murano and got into his gondola, and they talked in a low tone. My brother gave him a sealed document, and the governor said that it should not be tonight, but tomorrow. That is all I know, but it is enough." Zorzi half closed his eyes for a moment in deep thought, and in a flash he understood that Contarini wished him out of the way and was taking the first means that offered to get rid of him. To keep faith with such a man would be as foolish as to expect any faithfulness from him. Zorzi opened his eyes again and looked at the face of the woman he loved. His oath to the society had stood between him and her, and he knew that it was no longer binding on him, since Jacopo Contarini was helping to send him to destruction. Yet now that it was gone, he saw also that it had been the least of the obstacles that made up the barrier. "Of what do they accuse me?" he asked after a moment's silence. "What can they prove against me?" "I cannot tell. It matters very little. Do you understand? Tomorrow, if not tonight, the governor's men will come here and arrest you, and if you have not escaped, you will be imprisoned and taken before the council. They may accuse you of being involved in a conspiracy. They may torture you." She shivered at the thought and looked into his dark eyes with fear and pity. His lip curled a little disdainfully. "Do you think that I shall run away?" he asked. "You will not stay here and let them arrest you," cried Marietta anxiously. "Your father left me here to take care of what belongs to him, and there is much that is valuable. I thank you very much for warning me, but I know what your brother means to do, and I shall not go away of my own accord. If he can have me taken off by force, he will come here alone and search the place. If he searches long enough, he may find what he wants." "Is Paolo Godi's manuscript in this room?" asked Marietta quietly. Zorzi stared at her in surprise. "How did you know that your father left it with me?" he asked. "He would not have entrusted it to anyone else. That is natural. My brother wants it. Is that the reason why you will not escape? Or is there any other?" "That is the principal reason," answered Zorzi. "Another is that there is valuable glass here, which your brother would take." "Which he would steal," said Marietta bitterly. "But Pasquale can bury it in the garden after you are gone. The principal thing is the book. Give it to me. I will take care of it till my father comes back. Until then you must hide somewhere, for it is madness to stay here. Give me the book and let me take it away at once." "I cannot give it to you," Zorzi said, with a puzzled expression which Marietta did not understand. "You do not trust me," she answered sadly. He did not reply at once, for the words made no impression on him when he heard them. He trusted her altogether, but there was a material difficulty in the way. He remembered how long it had taken to hide the iron box under broken glass, and he knew how long it would take to get it out again. Marietta could not stay in the laboratory late into the night, and yet if she did not take the box with her now, she might not be able to take it at all, since neither she nor Nella could have carried it to the house by day without being seen. Marietta rested her elbow on the arm of the big chair, and her hand supported her chin in an attitude of thought as she looked steadily at Zorzi's face, and her own was grave and sad. "You never trusted me," she said presently. "Yet I have been a good friend to you, have I not?" "A friend? Oh, much more than that." Zorzi turned his eyes from her. "I trust you with all my heart." She shook her head incredulously. "If you trusted me, you would do what I ask," she said. "I have risked something to help you, perhaps to save your life. Who knows? Do you know what would happen if my brother found me here, alone, with you? I should end my life in a convent. But if you will not save yourself, I might as well not have come." "I would give you the book if I could," answered Zorzi, "but I cannot. It is hidden in such a way that it would take a long time to get it out. That is the simple truth. Your father and I had buried it here under the stones, but somehow your brother suspected that, and I have changed the hiding place. It took a whole morning to do it." Still, Marietta did not quite believe that he could not give it to her if he chose. It seemed as if there must always be a shadow between them when they were together, always the beginning of a misunderstanding. "Where is it?" she asked after a moment's hesitation. "If you are in earnest, you will tell me." "It is better that you should know, in case anything happens to me," answered Zorzi. "It is buried in that big jar, in some 3 feet of broken glass. I had to take the glass out bit by bit and put it all back again." As Marietta looked at the jar, a little color rose in her face again. "Thank you," she said. "I know you trust me now." I always have, he answered softly, and I always shall, even when you are married to Jacopo Condorini. That is still far off. Let us not talk of it. You must get ready to leave this place before morning. You must take the skiff and get away to the mainland if you can, for till my father comes you will not be safe in Venice. I shall not go away, said Zorzi firmly. They may not try to arrest me after all. But they will, I know they will. All her anxiety for him came back in a moment. You must go at once, Zorzi, to please me. For my sake, leave tonight. For your sake? There is nothing I would not do for your sake, except be a coward. But it is not cowardly, pleaded Marietta. There is nothing else to be done, and if my father could know what you risk by staying, he would tell you to go as I do. Please, please, please. I cannot. Oh, Zorzi, if you have the least friendship for me, do what I ask. Do you not see that I am half mad with anxiety? I entreat you, I beg you, I implore you. Their eyes met, and hers were wide with fear for him and earnestness, and they were not quite dry. Do you care so much? Asked Zorzi, hardly knowing what he said. Does it matter so much to you what becomes of me? He moved nearer on the bench. Leaning towards her where he sat, he could rest his elbow on the broad arm of the low chair, and so look into her face. She covered her eyes and shook a little, and her mantle slipped from her shoulders and trembled as it settled down into the chair. He leaned farther till he was close to her, and he tried to uncover her eyes very gently, but she resisted. His heart beat slowly and hard like strokes of a hammer, and his hands were shaking when he drew her nearer. Presently he himself sat upon the arm of the chair, holding her close to him, and she let him press her head to his breast, for she could not think any more, and all at once her hand slipped down, and she was resting in the hollow of his arm, looking up to his face. It seemed a long time, as long as whole years, since she had meant to drop another rose in his path, or even since she had suffered him to press her hand for a moment. The whole tale was told now, in one touch, in one look, with little resistance and less fear. I love you, he said slowly and earnestly, and the words were strange to his own ears, for he had never said them before, nor had she ever heard them, and when they are spoken in that way, they are the most wonderful words in the world, both to speak and to hear. The look he had so rarely seen was there now, and there was no care to hide what was in her eyes, for she had told him all without a word, as women can. I have loved you very long, he said again, and with one hand he pressed back her hair and smoothed it. I know it, she answered, gazing at him with lips just parted, but I have loved you longer still. How could I guess it? He asked. It seems so wonderful, so very strange. I could not say at first, she smiled, and yet I tried to tell you without words. Did you? She nodded as her head lay in his arm, and closed her smiling lips tightly, and nodded again. You would not understand, she said. You always made it hard for me. Oh, if I had only known. She lay quietly on his arm for a few seconds, and neither spoke. Only the low roar of the furnace was heard in the hot stillness. Marietta looked up steadily into his face with unwinking eyes. How you look at me, he said with a happy smile. I have often wanted to look at you like this, she answered gravely, but until you had told me, how could I? He bent down rather timidly, but drawn to her by a power he could not resist. His first kiss touched her forehead lightly, with a sort of boyish reverence, while a thrill ran through every nerve and fibre of his body. But she turned in his arms, and suddenly threw her arms round his neck, and in an instant their lips met. Zorzi was in a dream where Marietta alone was real. All thought and recollection of danger vanished. The very room was not the laboratory where he had so long lived and worked, and thought and suffered. The walls were gold, the stone pavement was a silken carpet, the shadowy smoke-stained beams were the carved ceiling of a palace. He was himself the king and master of the whole world, and he held all his kingdom in his arms. "You understand now," Marietta said at last, holding his face before her with her hands. "No," he answered lovingly, "I do not understand. I will not even try. If I do, I shall open my eyes, and it will suddenly be daylight, and I shall put out my hands and find nothing. I shall be alone in my room, just awake and aching with a horrible longing for the impossible. You do not know what it is to dream of you and wake in the gray dawn. You cannot guess what the emptiness is, the loneliness." "I know it well," said Marietta. "I have been perfectly happy talking to you under the plane tree, your hand in mine, and mine in yours, our eyes in each other's eyes, our hearts one heart. And then all at once there was Nella standing at the foot of my bed with a big dish in her hands, laughing at me because I have been sleeping so soundly. Oh, sometimes I could kill her for waking me." She drew his face to hers with a little laugh that broke off short, for a kiss is a grave matter. "How much time we have wasted all these months," she said presently. "Why would you never understand?" "How could I guess that you could ever love me?" Zorzi asked. "I guessed that you loved me," objected Marietta. "At least," she added, correcting herself, "I was quite sure of it for a little while. Then I did not believe it all. If I had believed it quite, they should never have betrothed me to Jacopo Contarini." The name recalled all realities to Zorzi, though she spoke it very carelessly, almost with scorn. Zorzi sighed and looked up at last and stared at the wall opposite. "What is it?" asked Marietta quickly. "Why do you sigh?" "There is reason enough. Are you not betrothed to him, as you say?" Marietta straightened herself suddenly and made him look at her. A quick light was in her eyes as she spoke. "Do you know what you're saying? Do you think that if I meant to marry Monsieur Jacopo, I should be here now, that I should let you hold me in your arms, that I would kiss you? Do you really believe that?" "I could not believe it," Zorzi answered. "And yet—" "And yet you almost do?" she cried. "What more do you need to know that I love you with all my heart and soul and will, and that I mean to be your wife, come what may?" "How is it possible?" asked Zorzi almost disconsolately. "How could you ever marry me? What am I, after all, compared with you? I'm not even a Venetian. I am a stranger, a waif, a man with neither name nor fortune, and I am half a cripple, lame for life. How can you marry me? At the first word of such a thing your father will join his son against me. I shall be thrown into prison on some false charge, and shall never come out again, unless it be to be hanged for some crime I never committed." "There is a very simple way of preventing all those dreadful things," answered Marietta. "I wish I could find it." "Take me with you," she said calmly. Zorzi looked at her in dumb surprise, for she could not have said anything which he had expected less. "Listen to me," she continued. "You cannot stay here, or rather you shall not, for I will not let you. No, you need not smile and shake your head, for I will find some means of making you go." "You will find that hard, dear love, for that is the only thing I will not do for you." "Is it? We shall see. You are very brave, and you are very, very obstinate, but you are not very sensible, for you are only a man after all. In the first place, do you imagine that even if Giovanni were to spend a whole week in this room, he would think of looking for the box amongst the broken glass?" "No, I do not think he would," answered Zorzi. "That was sensible of me, at all events." She laughed. "Oh, you are clever enough. I never said that you were not that. I only said that you had no sense. As for instance, since you are sure that my brother cannot find the box, why do you wish to stay here?" "I promised your father that I would. I will keep my promise at all costs." "In which of two ways shall you be of more use to my father? If you hide in a safe place till he comes home, and if you then come back to him and help him as before? Or if you allow yourself to be thrown into prison and tried, and perhaps hanged or banished for something you never did? And if any harm comes to you, what do you think would become of me? Do you see? I told you that you had no common sense. Now will you believe me? But if all this is not enough to make you go, I have another plan which you cannot possibly oppose." "What is that?" asked Zorzi. "I will go alone. I will cross the bridge and take the skiff and row myself over to Venice, and from Venice I will get to the mainland." "You could not row a skiff," objected Zorzi, amused at the idea. "You would fall off or upset her." "Then I should drown," returned Marietta philosophically, "and you would be sorry whether you thought it was your fault or not. Is that true?" "Yes." "Very well. If you will not promise me faithfully to escape to the mainland tonight, I swear to you by all that you and I believe in, and most of all by our love for each other, that I will do what I said and run away from my father's house tonight. But you will not let me go alone, will you?" "No." "There, you see. Of course you would not let me go alone. Me, a poor weak girl, who have never taken a step alone in my life until tonight. And they say that the world is so wicked. What would become of me if you let me go away alone?" "If I thought you meant to do it." He laughed again and drew her to him, and would have kissed her, but she held him back and looked at him earnestly. "I mean it," she said. "That is what I will do. I swear that I will." "Yes, now you may." And she kissed him of her own accord, but quickly withdrew herself from his arms again. "You have your choice, and you must choose quickly, for I have been here too long, and it must be nearly half an hour since I left my room, and Nella is waiting for me, thinking that I am with my brother and his wife. Promise me to do what I ask, and I will go back. And when my father comes home, I will tell him the whole truth. That is the wisest thing after all, or I will go with you if you will take me as I am." "No," he answered with an effort. "I will not take you with me." It cost him a hard struggle to refuse. There she was, resting against his arm, in the blush and wealth of unspent love, asking to go with him, who loved her better than his life. But in a quick vision he saw her with him, she who was delicately nurtured and used from childhood to all that care and money could give. He saw her with him, sharing his misery, his hunger and his wandering, suffering silently for love's sake, but suffering much, and he could not bear the fancied sight. "I should be in your way," she said. "Besides, they would send all over Italy to find me." "It is not that," he answered. "You might starve." She looked up anxiously to his face. "And you? Have you no money?" "No, how should I have money? I believe I have 1 piece of gold and a little silver. It will be enough to keep me from starvation till I can get work somewhere. I can live on bread and water, as I have many a time." "If I had only thought!" exclaimed Marietta. "I have so much. My father left me a little purse of gold that I shall never need." "I would not take your father's money," answered Zorzi. "But have no fear. If I go at all, I shall do well enough. Besides, there is a man in Venice." He stopped short, not wishing to speak of Swan Venier. "You must not make any condition," she answered, not heeding the unfinished sentence. "You must go at once." She rose as she spoke. "Every minute I stay here makes it more dangerous for me to go back," she said. "I know you will keep your promise. We must say good-bye." He had risen too, and stood facing her, his crutch under his arm. In all her anxiety for his safety, she had half forgotten that his wound was barely healed, and that he still walked with great difficulty. And now, at the thought of leaving him, she forgot everything else. They had been so cruelly short, those few minutes of perfect happiness, between the long misunderstanding that had kept them apart, and the parting again that was to separate them, perhaps for months. As they looked at each other, they both grew pale, and in an instant Zorzi's young face looked haggard, and his eyes seemed to grow hollow, while Marietta's filled with tears. "Good-bye," she cried in a broken voice. "God keep you, my dear love." Then her face was buried in the hollow of his shoulder, and her tears flowed fast and burning hot. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Marietta, a Maid of Venice, by Frances Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. It was over at last, and Zorzi stood alone by the table, for Marietta would not let him go with her to the door. She could not trust herself before Pasquale, even in the gloom. He stood by the table, leaning on it heavily with one hand, and trying to realize all that had come into his lonely life within the half-hour, and all that might happen to him before morning. The glorious and triumphant certainty which first love brings to every man when it is first returned still swelled his heart and filled the air he breathed, so that while breathing deep he could not breathe enough. In such a mood all dangers dwindled, all obstacles sank out of sight, as shadows sink at dawn. And yet the parting had hurt him, as if his body had been wrenched in the middle by some resistless force. Women feel parting differently. Shall we men ever understand them? To a man, first love is a victory. To a girl, it is a sweet wonder, and a joy, and a tender longing all in one. And when partings come, as come they must in life, until death brings the last, it is always the man who leaves and the woman who is left, even though in plain fact it be the man that stays behind, and we men feel a little contemptuous pity for one who seems to cry out after the woman he loves, asking why she has left him, and beseeching her to come back to him. But our compassion for the woman in like case is always sincere. In such small things there are the great mysteries of that prime difference, which neither man nor woman can ever fully understand, but which, if not understood a little, is the cause of much miserable misunderstanding in life. Zorzi had to face the future at once, for it was upon him, and the old life was over, perhaps never to come again. He stood still where he was, for any useless movement was an effort, and he tried to collect his thoughts and determine just what he should do, and how it was to be done. His eye fell on the piece of gold Giovanni had paid for the beaker. In the morning, if he drew the iron tray further down the annealing oven, the glass would be ready to be taken out, and Giovanni could take it if he pleased, for he knew whose it was. But starvation itself could not have induced Zorzi to take the money now. He turned from it with contempt. All he needed was enough to buy bread for a week, and mere bread cost little. That little he had, and it must suffice. Besides that, he would make a bundle small enough to be easily carried. His chief difficulty would be in rowing the skiff. To use the single oar at all, it was almost indispensable to stand, and to stand chiefly on the right foot, since the single rowlock, as in every Venetian boat, was on the starboard side, and could not be shifted to port. He fancied that in some way he could manage to sit on the thwart, and use the oar as a paddle. In any case he must get away, since flight was the wisest course, and since he had promised Marietta that he would go. His reflections had occupied scarce half a minute. He began to walk towards the small room where he slept and where he kept his few possessions. He had taken 2 steps from the table when he stopped short, turned round, and listened. He heard the sound of light footsteps running along the path and coming nearer. In another moment Marietta was at the window, her face deadly white, her eyes wide with fear. "They are here!" she cried wildly. "They have come tonight! Hide yourself quickly! Pasquale will keep them out as long as he can." She had found Pasquale stoutly refusing to open the door. Outside stood a lieutenant of the archers with 6 men, demanding admittance in the name of the governor. Pasquale answered that they might get in by force if they could, but that he had no orders to open the door to them. The lieutenant was in doubt whether his warrant authorized him to break in or not. Zorzi knew that Marietta was in even more danger than he. The situation was desperate, and the time was short. She was still at the window looking in. "You know your way to the main furnace rooms," Zorzi said quickly, but with great coolness. "Run in there, and stand still in the dark till everything is quiet. Then slip out and get home as quickly as possible." "But you, what will become of you?" asked Marietta in an agony of anxiety. "If they do not take me at once, they will search all the buildings, and will find you," answered Zorzi. "I will go and meet them while you are hiding." He opened the door beside the window and put his crutch forward upon the path. At the same moment the sound of a tremendous blow echoed down the dark corridor. The moon was low but had not set, and there was still light in the garden. "Quickly!" Zorzi exclaimed. "They are breaking down the door." But Marietta clung to him almost savagely when he tried to push her in the direction of the main furnace rooms on the other side of the garden. "I will not leave you," she cried. "They shall take me with you wherever you are going." She grasped his hand with both her hands, and then, as he moved, she slipped her arm around him. At the street door the pounding blows succeeded each other in quick succession, but apparently without effect. Zorzi saw that he must make her understand her extreme danger. He took hold of her wrist with the quiet strength that recalled her to herself, and there was a tone of command in his voice when he spoke. "Go at once," he said. "It will be worse for both of us if you are found here. They will hang me for stealing the master's daughter as well as his secrets. Go, dear love, go. Goodbye." He kissed her once and then gently pushed her from him. She understood that she must obey, and that if he spoke of his own danger, it was for the sake of her good name. With a gesture of despair, she turned and left him, crossed the patch of light without looking back, and disappeared into the shadows beyond. She was safe now, for he would go and meet the archers, opening the door to give himself up. Using his crutch, he swung himself along into the dark corridor without another moment's hesitation. But matters did not turn out as he expected. When the force came down the footway from the dilution of San Piero, Giovanni was still talking to his wife about household economies and censoring what he called the reckless extravagance of his father's housekeeping. As he talked, he heard the even tread of a number of marching men. He sprang to his feet and went to the window, for he guessed who was coming, though he could not imagine why the governor had not waited till the next day, as had been agreed. He could not know that on leaving him, Jacopo Contarini had seen his father and had told him of Zorzi's misdeeds, and that the governor had supped with old Contarini, who was an uncompromising champion of the law, besides being one of the 10, and therefore the governor's superior in office, and that Contarini had advised that Zorzi should be taken on the same night, as he might be warned of his danger and find means of escape. Moreover, Contarini offered a trusty and swift oarsman to take the order to Murano, and the governor wrote it on the supper table between 2 draughts of Greek wine, which he drank from a goblet made by Angelo Beroviero himself in the days when he still worked at the art. In half an hour the warrant was in the hands of the officer, who immediately called out 6 of his men and marched them down to the glass-house. Giovanni saw them stop and knock at the door, and he heard Pasquale's gruff inquiry. "In the governor's name, open at once," said the officer. "Anyone can say that," answered the porter. "In the devil's name, go home and go to bed. Is this carnival time, to go masquerading by the light of the moon and waking up honest people?" "Silence!" roared the lieutenant. "Open the door, or it will be the worse for you." "It will be the worse for you if the Signor Giovanni hears this disturbance," answered Pasquale, who could see Giovanni at the window opposite in the moonlight. "Either get orders from him or go home and leave me in holy peace, you band of braying jackasses, you mob of blubber-lipped Barbary apes, you pack of doltish, droiling, dotard joltheads. Be off!" This eloquence, combined with Pasquale's assured manner, caused the lieutenant to hesitate before breaking down the door, an operation for which he had not been prepared, and for which he had brought no engines of battery. "Can you get in?" he inquired of his man, without deigning to answer the porter's invectives. "If not, let one of you go for a sledge-hammer. Try it with the butts of your halberds against the lock. 1, 2, 3, and all at once." "Oh, break down the door!" cried Pasquale derisively. "It is of oak and iron, and it cost good money, and you shall pay for it, you lubberly oafs." But the men pounded away with a good will. "Open the door!" cried Giovanni from the opposite window at the top of his lungs. The sight of the destruction of property, for which he might have to account to his father, was very painful to him. But he could not make himself heard in the terrific din, or else Pasquale suspected the truth and pretended that he did not hear. The porter had seen Marietta a moment in the gloom, and he knew that she had gone back to warn Zorzi. He hoped to give them both time to hide themselves, and he now retired from the grating and began to strengthen the door, first by putting 2 more heavy oak bars in their places across it, near the top and the bottom, and further by bringing the scanty furniture from his lodge and piling it up against the panels. Meanwhile the pounding continued at a great rate, and Giovanni thought it better to go down and interfere in person, since he could not make himself heard. The servants were all roused by this time, and many heads were looking out of the upper windows, not only from Beroviero's house, but from the houses higher up beyond the wooden bridge. 2 men who were walking up the footway from the opposite direction stopped at a little distance and looked on, their hoods drawn over their eyes. Giovanni came out hurriedly and crossed the bridge. He laid his hand on the lieutenant's shoulder anxiously and spoke close to his ear, for the pounding was deafening. The 6 men had strapped their halberds firmly together in a solid bundle with their belts, and standing 3 on each side, they swung the whole mass of wood and iron like a battering ram in regular time. "Stop them, sir! Stop them, pray!" cried Giovanni. "I will have the door opened for you." Suddenly there was silence as the officer caught one of his men by the arm and bade them all wait. "Who are you, sir?" he inquired. "I am Giovanni Beroviero," answered Giovanni, sure that his name would inspire respect. The officer took off his cap politely and then replaced it. The 2 men who were looking on nudged each other. "I have a warrant to arrest a certain Zorzi," began the lieutenant. "I know. It is quite right, and he is within," answered Giovanni. "Pasquale," he called, standing on tiptoe under the grating. "Pasquale, open the door at once for these gentlemen." "Gentlemen," echoed one of the men softly, with a low laugh, and digging his elbow into his companion's side. No one else spoke for a moment. Then Pasquale looked through the grating. "What did you say?" he asked. "I said open the door at once," answered Giovanni. "Can you not recognize the officers of the law when you see them?" "No," grunted Pasquale. "I have never seen much of them. Did you say I was to open the door?" "Yes," cried Giovanni angrily, for he wished to show his zeal before the officer. "Blockhead," he added with emphasis, as Pasquale disappeared again and was presumably out of hearing. They all heard him dragging the furniture away again, the box bed and the table and the old chair. Zorzi came up as Pasquale was clearing the stuff away. "They want you," said the old sailor, seeing him and hearing him at the same time. "What have you been doing now? Where's the young lady?" "In the main furnace room," whispered Zorzi. "Do not let them go there, whatever they do." Pasquale gave vent to his feelings in a low voice as he dragged the last things back and began to unbar the door. Zorzi leaned against the wall, for his lameness prevented him from helping. At last the door was opened, and he saw the figures of the men outside against the light. He went forward as quickly as he could, pushing past Pasquale to get out. He stood on the threshold, leaning on his crutch. "I am Zorzi," he said quietly. "Zorzi the Dalmatian, called the Ballarin?" asked the lieutenant. "Yes, yes," cried Giovanni, anxious to hasten matters. "They call him the Dancer because he is lame. This is that foreign liar, that thief, that assassin. Take him quickly." The archers, who in the changes of time had become halberdiers, had dropped the bundle of spears they had made for the battering ram. 2 of them took Zorzi by the arms roughly and prepared to drag him along with them. He made no resistance, but objected quietly. "I can walk better if you do not hold me," he said. "I cannot run away, as you see." "Let him walk between you," ordered the officer. "Good night, sir," he said to Giovanni. 2 of the men lifted the bundle of halberds and began to carry it between them, trying to undo the straps as they walked, for they could not stay behind. Giovanni saluted the officer and stood aside for the party to pass. The 2 men who had looked on had separated, and one had already gone forward and disappeared beyond the bridge. The other lingered, apparently still interested in the proceedings. Pasquale, dumb with rage at last, stood in the doorway. "Let me pass," said Giovanni as soon as the archers had gone on a few steps surrounding Zorzi. With a growl, Pasquale came out and stood on the pavement a moment, and Giovanni went in. Instantly, the man who had lingered made a step towards the porter, whispered something in his ear, and then made off as fast as he could in the direction taken by the archers. Pasquale looked after him in surprise, only half understanding the meaning of what he had said. Then he went in, but left the door ajar. The people who had been looking out the windows of Beroviero's house had disappeared when they had seen Giovanni was on the footway. All was silent now, only far off the tramp of the archers could still be heard. They could not go very fast with Zorzi in their midst, but the two men who were busy unfastening the bundle of halberds lagged in the rear, talking in a low voice. They did not notice quick footsteps behind them, but they heard a low whistle, answered instantly by another, just as the main party was nearing the corner by the church of San Piero. That was the last the two loiterers remembered. For the next instant they lay in a heap upon the halberds, which had fallen upon the pavement with a tremendous clatter. A couple of well-delivered blows with a stout stick had thoroughly stunned them almost at the same instant. It would be some time before they recovered their senses. While the man who had whispered to Pasquale was doing effectual work in the rear, his companion was boldly attacking the main party in front. As the lieutenant stopped short and turned his head when the halberds dropped, a blow under the jaw from a fist like a sledge-hammer almost lifted him off his feet and sent him reeling till he felt senseless 6 paces away. Before the two archers who were guarding Zorzi could defend themselves, unarmed as they were, another blow had felled one of them. The second, springing forward, was caught up like a child by his terrible assailant and whirled through the air, to fall with a noisy splash into the shallow waters of the canal. The other companion attacked the remaining two from behind with his club and knocked one of them down. The last sprang to one side and ran on a few steps as fast as he could, but swifter feet followed him, and in an instant iron fingers were clutching his throat and squeezing his breath out. He struggled a moment and then sank down. His captor deliberately knocked him on the head with his fist, and he rolled over like a stone. Utterly bewildered, Zorzi stood still where he had stopped. Never in his life had he dreamed that two men could dispose of 7 in something like half a minute, with nothing but a stick for a weapon between them. But he had seen it with his eyes, and he was not surprised when he felt himself lifted from his feet, with his crutch beside him, and carried along the footway at a sharp run in the direction of the glass-house. His reason told him that he had been rescued and was being quickly conveyed to a place of safety, but he could not help distrusting the means that accomplished the end, for he had unconsciously watched the two men in what could hardly be called a fight, though he could not see their faces, and a more murderous pair of ruffians he had never seen. Men not well used to such deeds could not have done them at all, thought Zorzi, as he was borne along, his breath almost shaken out of him by the strong man's movements. All was quiet as they passed the glass house, and no one was looking out, for Giovanni's wife feared him far too much to seem to be spying upon his doings, and the servants were discreet. Only Nella, hiding behind the flowers in Marietta's window, and supposing that Marietta was with her sister-in-law, was watching the door of the glass house to see when Giovanni would come out. She now heard the steps of the two men running down the footway. The rescue had taken place too far away for her to hear anything but a splash in the canal. She saw that one of the men was carrying what seemed to be the body of a man. She instinctively crossed herself as they ran on towards the end of the canal, and when she could see them no longer in the shadow, she drew back into the room, momentarily forgetting Giovanni, and already running over in her head the wonderful conversation she was going to have with her mistress as soon as the young girl came back to her room. Pasquale, meanwhile, withdrew his feet from the old leathern slippers he wore, and noiselessly stole down the corridor and along the garden path to find out what Giovanni was doing. When he came to the laboratory, he saw that the window was now shut, as well as the door, and that Giovanni had set the lamp on the floor behind the further end of the annealing oven. Its bright light shot upwards to the dark ceiling, leaving the front of the laboratory almost in the dark. Pasquale listened, and he heard the sharp tapping of a hammer on stone. He understood at once that Giovanni had shut himself in to search for something, and would therefore be busy some time. Without noise, he crossed the garden to the entrance of the main furnace room and went into the passage. "Come out quickly," he whispered, as his seaman's eyes made out Marietta's figure in a gloom that would have been total darkness to a landsman, and he took hold of the girl's arm and led her away. "Your brother is in the laboratory. He will not come out," he whispered. "By this time Zorzi may be safe." "Safe?" She spoke the word aloud in her relief. "Hush, for heaven's sake. The door's open. You can get home now without being seen. Make no noise." She followed him quickly. They had to cross the patch of dim light in the garden, and she glanced at the closed window of the laboratory. It had all happened as Zorzi had foreseen, and Giovanni was already searching for the manuscript. The only thing she could not understand was that Zorzi should have escaped the archers. Even as she crossed the garden, the two men were passing the door, bearing Zorzi he knew not where, but away from the nearest danger. A moment later she was on the footway, hurrying towards the bridge. Pasquale stood watching her to be sure that she was safe, and he glanced up at the windows too, fearing lest someone might be looking out. But chance had saved Marietta this time. She carefully barred the side door after she had gone in, and groped her way up the dark stairs. On the landing there was light from below, and she paused for breath, her bosom heaving as she leaned a moment on the balustrade. She passed one hand over her brows as if to bring herself back to present consciousness, and then went quickly on. "Safe," she repeated under her breath as she went. "Safe, safe, safe." It was to give herself courage, for she could hardly believe it, though she knew that Pasquale would not deceive her, and must have some strong good reason for what he said. There had not been time to question him. All he knew himself was that a man whose face he could not see had whispered to him that Zorzi was in no danger. But he had recognized the other man who had gone up the footway first, in spite of his short cloak and hood, and he felt well assured that Charalambos Aristarchi could throw the officer and his 6 men into the canal without anybody's help if he chose, though why the Greek ruffian was suddenly inspired to interfere on Zorzi's behalf was a mystery past his comprehension. Marietta entered her room, and Nella, who had been reveling in the coming conversation, was suddenly very busy, stirring the drink of lime flowers which Marietta had ordered. She was so sure that her mistress had been all the time in the house, and so anxious not to have it thought that she could possibly have been idle, even for a moment, that she looked intently into the cup and stirred the contents in a most conscientious manner. Marietta turned from her almost immediately and began to undo the braids of her hair, that Nella might comb it out and plait it again for the night. Nella immediately began to talk and to tell all that she had seen from the window, with many other things which she had not seen. "But of course you were looking out too," she said presently. "They were all at the windows for some time." "No," Marietta answered, "I was not looking out." "Well, it was tonight, and not tomorrow, you see. Do you think the governor is stupid? If he had waited till tomorrow, we should have told Zorzi. Poor Zorzi! I saw them taking him away, loaded with chains." "In chains?" cried Marietta, starting painfully. "I could not see the chains," continued Nella apologetically, "but I am sure they were there. It was too dark to see. Poor Zorzi! Poor Zorzi! By this time he is in the prison under the governor's house, and he wishes that he had never been born. A little straw, a little water, that is all he has." Marietta moved in her chair as if something hurt her, but she knew that it would be unwise to stop the woman's talk. Besides, Nella was evidently sorry for Zorzi, though she thought his arrest very interesting. She went on for a long time, combing more and more slowly, after the manner of talkative maids, when they fear that their work may be finished before their story. But for Pasquale's reassuring words, Marietta felt that she must have gone mad. Zorzi was safe somewhere, and he was not in the governor's prison on the straw. She told herself so again and again as Nella went on. "There is one thing I did not tell you," said the latter, with a sudden increase of vigor at the thought. "I think you have told me enough, Nella," Marietta said wearily. "I am very tired." "You cannot go to bed till I have plaited your hair," answered Nella mercilessly, but at the same time laying down the comb. "Just before you came in, I was looking out of the window. It was just an accident, for I was very busy with your things, of course. Well, as I was saying, in passing I happened to glance out of the window, and I saw— Guess what I saw, my pretty lady." Marietta trembled, thinking that Nella had seen her and perhaps recognized her, and was about to bring her garrulous tale to a dramatic climax by telling her so. "Perhaps you saw a woman," she suggested desperately. "A woman, indeed!" cried Nella. "That must be a nice woman who would be seen in the street at such a time of night, and the governor's archers there, too. Woman? I would not look at such a woman, I tell you. No, what I saw was this, since you cannot guess. There came 2 big men running fast, and they were carrying a dead body between them. They were at no good, I tell you. One could see that." Marietta could bear no more now. She bent her head and bit her finger to keep herself from crying out. "If you will not be still, how in the world am I to plait your hair?" asked Nella querulously. "Do it quickly, please," Marietta succeeded in saying. "I am so very tired tonight." Her head bent still further forward. "Indeed," said Nella, much annoyed that her tale should not have been received with more interest. "You seem to be half asleep already." But Nella was much too truly attached to her mistress not to feel some anxiety when she saw her white face and noticed how uncertainly she walked. Nella had her in bed at last, however, and gave her more of the soothing drink, smoothed the cool pillow under her head, looked round the room to see that all was in order before going away, then took the lamp and at last went out. "Good night, my pretty lady," said Nella cheerfully from the door. "Good night and pleasant dreams." She was gone at last, and she would not come back before morning. Marietta sat up in bed in the dark and pressed her hands to her temples in utter despair. "I shall go mad! I shall go mad!" she whispered to herself. She remembered that she had left her light silk mantle in the laboratory on the great chair. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Marietta, a Maid of Venice, by Marion CRAWFORD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Aristarch's interference to rescue Zorzi had not been disinterested, and so far as justice was concerned, he was quite ready to believe that the Dalmatian had done all the things of which he was accused. The fact was not of the slightest importance in the situation. It was much more to the point that in the complicated and dangerous plan which the Greek captain and Arisa were carrying out, Zorzi could be of use to them without his own knowledge. As has been told, the two had decided that he was in love with Marietta and she with him. The rest followed naturally. After meeting his father and telling him Giovanni's story, Jacopo Contarini had gone to the house of Agnus Dei for an hour, and during that time he had told Arisa everything according to his wont. No sooner was he gone than Arisa made the accustomed signal, and Aristarchi appeared at her window, for it was then already night. He judged rightly that there was no time to be lost, and having stopped at his house to take his trusted man, the two rowed themselves over to Murano, and were watching the glass house from a distance fully half an hour before the archers appeared. The officer and his men came to their senses one by one, bruised and terrified. The man who had been thrown into the shallow canal got upon his feet, standing up to his waist in the water, sputtering and coughing from the ducking. Before he tried to gain the shore, he crossed himself 3 times and repeated all the prayers he could remember in a great hurry, for he was of opinion that Satan must still be in the neighborhood. It was not possible that any earthly being should have picked him up like a puppy and flung him fully 10 feet from the spot where he had been standing. He struggled to the bank, his feet sinking at each step in the slimy bottom, and after that he was forced to wade some 30 yards to the stairs in front of San Piero before he could get out of the water, a miserable object, drenched from head to foot and coated with black mud from his knees down. Yet he was in a better case than his companions. They came to themselves slowly, the officer last of all, for Aristarchus' blow under the jaw had nearly killed him, whereas the other 5 men had only received stunning blows on different parts of their thick skulls. In half an hour they were all on their feet, though some of them were very unsteady, and in a forlorn train they made the best of their way back to the governor's palace. Their discomfiture had been so sudden and complete that none of them had any idea as to the number of their assailants, but most of them agreed that as they came within the sight of the church, Zorzi had slackened his pace, and that an unholy fire had issued from his eyes, his mouth, and his nostrils, while he made strange signs in the air with his crutch, and suddenly grew to a gigantic stature. The devils who were his companions had immediately appeared in great numbers, and though the archers had fought against their supernatural adversaries with the courage of heroes, they had been struck down senseless where they stood, and when they had recovered their sight and their other understanding, Zorzi had long since vanished to the kingdom of darkness, which was his natural abode. Those things the officer told the governor on the next day, and the men solemnly swore to them, and they were all written down by the official scribe. But the governor raised one eyebrow a little, and the corners of his mouth twitched strangely, though he made no remark upon what had been said. He remembered, however, that Giovanni had advised him to send a very strong force to arrest the lame young man, from which he argued that Zorzi had powerful friends, and that Giovanni knew it. He then visited the scene of the fight, and saw that there were drops of blood on dry stones, which was not astonishing, and which gave no clue whatever to the identity of the rescuers. He pointed out quietly to his guide, the man who had only received a ducking, that there were no signs of fire on the pavement, nor on the walls of the houses, which was a strong argument against any theory of diabolical intervention, and this the man was reluctantly obliged to admit. The strangest thing, however, was that the people who lived nearby seemed to have heard no noise, though one old man who slept badly believed that he had heard the clatter of wood and iron falling together, and then a splashing in the canal, and indeed those were almost the only sounds that had disturbed the night. The whole affair was shrouded in mystery, and the governor, who knew that his men were to be trusted, as far as their limited intelligence could go, resolved to refer the matter to the Council of 10 without delay. He therefore bade the archers hold their tongues, and refused to talk of their misadventure. On that night Giovanni had suffered the greatest disappointment he remembered in his whole life. He had found without much trouble the stone that rang hollow, but it had cost him great pains to lift it, and the sweat ran down from his forehead and dropped upon the slab as he slowly got it up. His heart beat so that he fancied he could hear it, both from the effort he made and from his intense excitement, now that the thing he had most desired in the world was within his grasp. At last the big stone was raised upright, and the light of the lamp that stood on the floor fell slanting across the dark hole. Giovanni brought the lamp to the edge and looked in. He could not see the box, but a quantity of loose earth lay there, under which it was doubtless buried. He knelt down and began to scoop the earth out, using his 2 hands together. Then he thrust one hand in and felt about for the box. There was nothing there. He cleared out the cavity thoroughly and tried to loosen the soil at the bottom, tearing his nails in his excitement. It must be there, he was sure. But it was not. When he realized that he had been tricked, he collapsed. Kneeling as he was, he sat on his heels, and his crooked hands, all dark with the dusty earth, clutched at the stones beside him. He remained thus a long time, staring at the empty hole. Then caution, which was even stronger in his nature than greed, brought him to himself. His thin face was gray and haggard as he carefully swept the earth back to its place, removing all traces of what he had done. Then he knew how foolish he had been to let Zorzi know what he had partly heard and partly guessed. Of course, as soon as Zorzi understood that Giovanni had found where the book was, he had taken it out and put it away in a safer place, to which Giovanni had no clue at all. Zorzi was diabolically clever, and would not have been so foolish as to hide the treasure again in the same room or in the same way. It was probably in the garden now, but it would take a strong man a day or two to dig up all the earth there to the depth at which the book must have been buried. Zorzi must have done the work at night, after the furnaces were out, and when there were no night boys to watch him. But then the boys had been feeding the fire in the laboratory until the previous night, and it followed that he must have baled the box this very evening. Giovanni got the slab back into its place without injuring it, and he rubbed the edges with dust, and swept the place with a broom, as Zorzi had done twice already. Then he took the lamp and set it on the table before the window. The light fell on the gold piece that lay there. He took it, examined it carefully, and slipped it into his wallet with a sort of mechanical chuckle. He glanced at the furnace next, and recollected that the precious pieces Zorzi had made were in the annealing oven. But that did not matter, for the fires would now go out, and the whole furnace would slowly cool, so that the annealing would be very perfect. No one but he could enter the laboratory now that Zorzi was gone, and he could take the pieces to his own house at his leisure. They were substantial proofs of Zorzi's wickedness in breaking the laws of Venice, however, and it would perhaps be wiser to leave them where they were until the governor should take cognizance of their existence. His first disappointment turned to redoubled hatred of the man who had caused it, and whom it was safer to hate now than formerly, since he was in the clutches of the law. Moreover, the defeat of Giovanni's hopes was by no means final after the first shock was over. He could make an excuse for having the garden dug over, on pretense of improving it during his father's absence, the more easily as he had learned that the garden had always been under Zorzi's care and must now be cultivated by someone else. Giovanni did not believe it possible that the precious box had been taken away altogether. It was therefore near, and he could find it, and there would be plenty of time before his father's return. Nevertheless, he looked about the laboratory and went into the small room where Zorzi had slept. There was water there, and Spanish soap, and he washed his hands carefully and brushed the dust from his coat and from the knees of his fine black hose. He knew that his patient wife would be waiting for him when he went back to the house. He searched Zorzi's room carefully, but could find nothing. An earthen jar containing broken white glass stood in one corner. The narrow truckle bed, with its single thin mattress and flattened pillow, all neat and trim, could not have hidden anything. On a line stretched across from wall to wall, a few clothes were hanging. A pair of disconsolate brown hose, a waistband on the one side of the line, hanging down to meet the feet on the other, 2 clean shirts, and a Sunday doublet. On the wall a cap with a black eagle's feather hung by a nail. Here and there on the white plaster Zorzi had roughly sketched with a bit of charcoal some pieces of glass which he had thought of making. That was all. The floor was paved with bricks, and a short examination showed that none of them had been moved. Giovanni turned back into the laboratory, stood a moment looking disconsolately at the big stone which it had cost him so much fruitless labor to move, and then passed round by the other side of the furnace, along the wall against which the bench and the easy-chair were placed. His eye fell on Marietta's silk mantle, which lay as when it had slipped down from her shoulders, the skirts of it trailing on the floor. His brows contracted suddenly. He came nearer, felt the stuff, and was sure that he recognized it. Then he looked at it as it lay. It had the unmistakable appearance of having been left as it had been by the person who had last sat in the chair. 2 explanations of the presence of the mantle in the laboratory suggested themselves to him at once, but the idea that Marietta could herself have been seated in the chair not long ago was so absurd that he at once adopted the other. Zorzi had stolen the mantle and used it for himself in the evening, confident that no one would see him. Tonight he had been surprised and had left it in the chair, another and perhaps a crowning proof of his atrocious crimes. Was he not a thief as well as a liar and an assassin? Giovanni knew well enough that the law would distinguish between stealing the art of glass-making, which was merely a civil offense, though a grave one, and stealing a mantle of silk, which he estimated to be worth at least 2 or 3 pieces of gold. That was theft, and it was criminal, and it was one of the many crimes which Zorzi had undoubtedly committed. The hangman would twist the rest out of him with the rack and the iron boot, thought Giovanni gleefully. The governor should see the mantle with his own eyes. Before he went away, he was careful to fasten the window securely inside, and he locked the door after him, taking the key. He carried the brass lamp with him, for the corridor was very dark, and the night was quite still. Pasquale was seated on the edge of his box bed in his little lodge when Giovanni came to the door. He was more like a big and very ugly watchdog crouching in his kennel than anything else. "Let no one try to go into the laboratory," said Giovanni, setting down the lamp. "I have locked it myself." Pasquale snarled something incomprehensible by way of reply, and rose to let Giovanni out. He noticed that the latter had brought nothing but the lamp with him. When the door was open, Pasquale looked across at the house and saw that although there was still light in some of the other windows, Marietta's window was now dark. She was safe in bed, for Giovanni's search had occupied more than an hour. Marietta might have breathed somewhat more freely if she had known that her brother did not even suspect her of having been to the laboratory, but the knowledge would have been more than balanced by the still greater anxiety if she had been told that Zorzi could be accused of a common theft. She sat up in the dark and pressed her throbbing temples with her hands. She thought, if she thought at all, of getting up again and going back to the glass house. Pasquale would let her in, of course, and she could get the mantle back. But there was Nella in the next room, and Nella seemed to be always awake, and would hear her stirring and come in to know if she wanted anything. Besides, she was in the dark. The night light burned always in Nella's room, a tiny wick supported by a bit of split cork in an earthen cup of oil, most carefully tended, for if it went out it could only be lighted by going down to the hall where the large lamp burned all night. Marietta laid her head upon the pillow and tried to sleep, repeating over and over again to herself that Zorzi was safe. But for a long time the thought of the mantle haunted her. Giovanni had found it, of course, and had brought it back with him. In the morning he would send for her and demand an explanation, and she would have none to give. She would have to admit that she had been in the laboratory, it mattered little when, and that she had forgotten her mantle there. It would be useless to deny it. Then, all at once, she looked the future in the face, and she saw a little light. She would refuse to answer Giovanni's questions, and when her father came back she would tell him everything. She would tell him bravely that nothing could make her marry Contarini, that she loved Zorzi and would marry him or no one. The mantle would probably be forgotten in the angry discussion that would follow. She hoped so, for even her father would never forgive her for having gone alone at night to find Zorzi. If he ever found it out, he would make her spend the rest of her life in a convent, and it would break his heart that she should have thus cast all shame to the winds and brought disgrace on his old age. It never occurred to her that he could look upon it in any other way. She dreaded to think of the weeks that might pass before he returned. He had spoken of making a long journey, and she knew that he had gone southward to Rimini to please the great Sigismondo Malatesta, who had heard of Beroviero's stained glass windows and mosaics in Florence and Naples, and would not be outdone in the possession of beautiful things. But no one knew more than that. She was only sure that he would come back some time before her intended marriage, and there would still be time to break it off. The thought gave her some comfort, and toward morning she fell into an uneasy sleep. Of all who had played a part in that eventful night, she slept the least, for she had the most at stake. Her fair name, Zorzi's safety, her whole future life were in the balance, and she was sure that Giovanni would send for her in the morning. She awoke weary and unrefreshed when the sun was already high. She scarcely had energy to clap her hands for Nella, and after the window was open she still lay listlessly on her pillow. The little woman looked at her rather anxiously, but said nothing at first, setting the big dish with fruit and water on the table as usual, and busying herself with her mistress's clothes. She opened the great carved wardrobe, and she hung up some things and took out others in a methodical way. "Where is your silk mantle?" she asked suddenly, as she missed the garment from its accustomed place. "I do not know," answered Marietta quite naturally, for she had expected the question. Her reply was literally true, since she had every reason for believing that Giovanni had brought it back with him in the night, but could have no idea as to where he had put it. Nella began to search anxiously, turning over everything in the wardrobe and a few things that hung over the chairs. "You could not have put it into the chest, could you?" she asked, pausing at the foot of the bed and looking at Marietta. "No, I'm sure I did not," answered the girl. "I never do." "Then it has been stolen," said Nella, her face darkened wrathfully. "How is such a thing possible?" asked Marietta carelessly. "It must be somewhere." This appeared to be certain, but Nella denied it with energy, her eyes fixed on Marietta almost as angrily as if she suspected her of having stolen her own mantle from herself. "I tell you it is not," she replied. "I have looked everywhere. It has been stolen." "Have you looked in your own room?" inquired Marietta indifferently, and turning her head on her pillow, as if she were tired of meeting Nella's eyes, as indeed she was. "My own room, indeed!" cried the maid indignantly. "As if I did not know what is in my own room! As if your new silk mantle could hide itself amongst my 4 rags!" Why Nella and her kind to this day use the number 4 in contempt rather than 3 or 5 is a mystery of what one might call the psychical side of the Italian language. Marietta did not answer. "It has been stolen," Nella repeated with gloomy emphasis. "I trust no one in this house, since your brother and his wife have been here with their servants." "My sister-in-law was obliged to bring one of her women," objected Marietta. "She need not have brought that sour-faced shrew who walks about the house all day, repeating the rosary and poking her long nose into what does not belong to her. But I'm not afraid of Signor Giovanni. I will tell the housekeeper that your mantle has been stolen, and all the woman's belongings shall be searched before dinner, and we shall find the mantle in that evil person's box." "You must do nothing of the sort," answered Marietta in a tone of authority. She sat up in bed at last, and threw the thick braid of her hair behind her, as every woman does when her hair is down, as if she meant to assert herself. "Ah!" cried Nella mockingly, "I see that you are content to lose your best things without looking for them. Then let us throw everything out of the window at once. We shall make a fine figure." "I will speak to my brother about it myself," said Marietta. Indeed, she thought it extremely likely that Giovanni would oblige her to speak of it within an hour. "You will only make trouble among the servants," she added. "Oh, as you please," snorted Nella discontentedly. "I only tell you I know who took it. That is all. Please to remember that I said so when it is too late. And as for trouble, there is not one of us in the house who would not like to be searched for the sake of sending your sister-in-law's maid to prison, where she belongs." "Nella," cried Marietta, "I do not care a straw about the mantle. I want you to do something very important. I am sure that Zorzi has been arrested unjustly, and I do not believe that the governor will keep him in prison. Can you not get your friend the gondolier to go to the governor's palace before midday and ask whether Zorzi is to be let out?" "Of course I can. By and by I will call him. He is busy cleaning the gondola now." Marietta had spoken quietly, though she had expected that her voice would shake, and she had been almost sure that she was going to blush. But nothing so dreadful happened, though she had prepared for it by turning her back on Nella. She sat on the edge of the bed, slowly feeling her way into her little yellow leathern slippers. It was a relief to know that even now she could speak of Zorzi without giving any outward sign of emotion, and she felt a little encouraged as she began the dreaded day. She took a long time in dressing, for she expected at every moment that her sister-in-law's maid would knock at the door with a message from Giovanni, bidding her come to him before he went out. But no one came, though it was already past the hour at which he usually left the house. All at once she heard his unmistakable voice through the open window, and on looking out through the flowers, she saw him standing at the open door of the glass-house, talking with the porter, or rather giving instructions about the garden, which Pasquale received in surly silence. Marietta listened in surprise. It seemed impossible that Giovanni should not take her to task at once if he had found the mantle. He was not the kind of man to put off accusing anyone when he had proof of guilt and was sure that the law was on his side, and Marietta felt sure that the evidence against her was overwhelming, for she had yet to learn what amazing things can be done with impunity by people who have the reputation of perfect innocence. Giovanni was telling Pasquale, in a tone which everyone might hear, that he had sent for a gardener who would soon come with a lad to help him, that the two must be admitted at once, and that he himself would be within to receive them, but that no one else was to be allowed to go in, as he should be extremely busy all morning. Having said these things 3 or 4 times over, in order to impress them upon Pasquale's mind, he went in. The porter looked up at Marietta's window a moment, and then followed him and shut the door. It was clear that Giovanni had no intention of speaking to his sister before the midday meal. She breathed more freely, since she was to have a respite of several hours. When she was dressed, Nella called the gondolier from her own window and met him in the passage when he came up. He had once promised to make inquiries about Zorzi, and went off to the palace to find his friend the crony, the governor's head boatman. The latter, it is needless to say, knew every detail of the supernatural rescue from the archers, who could talk of nothing else in spite of the governor's prohibition. They sat in a row on the stone bench within the main entrance, a rueful crew, their heads bound up with a pleasing variety of bandages. In an hour the gondolier returned, laden with the wonderful story which Nella was the first, but not the last, to hear from him. Her brown eyes seemed to be starting from her head when she came back to tell it to her mistress. Marietta listened with a beating heart, though Nella began at once by saying that Zorzi had mysteriously disappeared, and was certainly not in prison. When all was told, she drew a long breath, and wished that she could be alone to think over what she had heard. But Nella's imagination was roused, and she was prepared to discuss the affair all the morning. The details of it had become more and more numerous and circumstantial as the men with the bandaged heads recalled what they had seen and heard. The devils that had delivered Zorzi all had blue noses, brass teeth, and fiery tails. A peculiarity of theirs was that they had 6 fingers with 6 iron claws on each hand, and that all their hooves were red hot. As to their numbers, they might be roughly estimated at 1,000 or so, and their roaring was like the howling of the south wind and the breaking of the sea on the Lido in the winter storm. It was horrible to hear, and would alone have put all the armies of the Republic in ignominious flight. Nella thought these things very interesting. She wished that she might talk with one of the men who had seen a real devil. "I do not believe a word of all that nonsense," said Marietta. "The most important thing is that Zorzi got away from them, and is not in prison." "If he escaped by selling his soul to the fiends," said Nella, shaking her head, "it is a very evil thing." Her mistress's disbelief in the blue noses and the fiery tails was disconcerting, and had a chilling effect on Nella's talkative mood. The gondolier had crossed the bridge to tell his story to Pasquale, whose view of the case seemed to differ from Nella's. He listened with approving interest, but without comment, until the gondolier had finished. "I could tell you many such stories," he said. "Things of this kind often happen at sea." "Really?" exclaimed the gondolier, who was only a boatman and regarded real sailors with a sort of professional reverence. "Yes," answered Pasquale, "especially on Sundays. You must know that when the priests are all saying Mass and the people are all praying, the devils cannot bear it and are driven out to sea for the day. Very strange things happen then, I assure you. Some day I will tell you how a boatswain of a ship I once sailed in rove the end of the devil's tail through a link in the chain, made a Flemish knot at the end to stop it, and let go the anchor. So the devil went to the bottom by the run. We unshackled the chain and wore the ship to the wind, and after that we had fair weather to the end of the voyage. It happened on a Sunday." "Marvelous!" cried the gondolier. "I should like to hear the whole story. But if you will allow me, I will go in and tell Signor Giovanni what has happened, for he does not yet know." Pasquale grinned as he stood in the doorway. "He has given strict orders that no one is to be admitted this morning, as he is very busy." "But this is a very important matter," argued the gondolier, who wished to have the pleasure of telling the tale. "I cannot help it," answered Pasquale. "Those are his orders, and I must obey them. You know what his temper is when he is not pleased." Just then a skiff came up the canal at a great rate, so that the quick strokes of the oar attracted the men's attention. They saw that the boat was one of those that could be hired everywhere in Venice. The oarsman backed water with a strong stroke, and brought to at the steps before the glass house. "Are you Messer Angelo Beroviero's gondolier?" he inquired civilly. "Yes," answered the man addressed. "I am the head gondolier, at your service." "Thank you," replied the boatman. "I am to tell you that Messer Angelo has just arrived in Venice, by sea, from Rimini, on board the Santa Lucia, a Neapolitan galliot, now at anchor in Giudecca. He desires you to bring his gondola at once to fetch him, and I am to bring over his baggage in my skiff." The gondolier uttered an exclamation of surprise, and then turned to Pasquale. "I go," he said. "Will you tell Signor Giovanni that his father is coming home?" Pasquale grinned again. He was rarely in such a pleasant humor. "Certainly not," he answered. "The Signor Giovanni is very busy, and has given strict orders that he is not to be disturbed on any account." "That is your affair," said the gondolier, hurrying away. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Marietta, a Maid of Venice, by Frances Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. A little more than an hour later, the gondola came back and stopped along the steps of the house. The gondolier had made such haste to obey the summons that he had not thought of going into the house to give the servants warning, and as most of the shutters were already drawn together against the heat, no one had been looking out when he went away. He had asked Pasquale to tell the young master, and that was all that could be expected of him. There was therefore great surprise in the household when Angelo Beroviero went up the steps of his house, and his own astonishment that no one should be there to receive him was almost as great. The gondolier explained and told him what Pasquale had said. It was enough to rouse the old man's suspicions at once. He had left Zorzi in charge of the laboratory, enjoining upon him not to encourage Giovanni to go there, but now Giovanni was shut up there, presumably with Zorzi, and had given orders that he was not to be disturbed. The gondolier had not dared to say anything about the Dalmatian's arrest, and Beroviero was quite ignorant of all that had happened. He was not a man who hesitated when his suspicions or his temper were at work, and now he turned, without even entering his home, and crossed the bridge to the glass-house. Pasquale was looking through the grating and saw him coming, and was ready to receive him at the open door. For the third time on that morning he grinned from ear to ear. Beroviero was pleased by the silent welcome of his old and trusted servant. "You seem glad to see me again," he said, laying his hand kindly on the old porter's arm as he passed in. "Others will be glad, too," was the answer. As he went down the corridor, Beroviero heard the sound of spades striking into the earth and shoveling it away. The gardener and his lad had been at work nearly 2 hours. They had turned up most of the earth in the little flower beds to a depth of 2 or 3 feet during that time, while Giovanni sat motionless under the plane tree, watching every movement of their spades. He rose nervously when he heard footsteps in the corridor, for he did not wish anyone to find him seated there, apparently watching a most commonplace operation with profound interest. He had made a step toward the door of the laboratory when he saw his father emerge from the dark passage. He was a coward, and he trembled from head to foot. His teeth chattered in his head, and the cold sweat moistened his forehead in an instant. The old man stood still 4 or 5 paces from him, and looked from him to the men who had been digging. On seeing the master, they stopped working and pulled off their knitted caps. As a further sign of respect, they wiped their dripping faces with their shirt-sleeves. "What are you doing here?" asked Beroviero in a tone of displeasure. "The garden was very well as it was." I thought," stammered Giovanni, that it might be better to dig it." "It would not be better," answered the old man. "You may go," he added, speaking to the men, who were glad enough to be dismissed. Beroviero passed his son without further words, and tried the door of the laboratory, but found it locked. "What is this?" he asked angrily. "Where is Zorzi? I told him not to leave you here alone." "You had great confidence in him," answered Giovanni, recovering himself a little. "He is in prison." He took the key from his wallet and thrust it into the lock as he spoke. "In prison?" cried Beroviero in a loud voice. "What do you mean?" Giovanni held the door open for him. "I will tell you all about Zorzi, if you will come in," he said. Beroviero entered, stood still a moment, and looked about. Everything was as Zorzi had left it, but the glassmaker's ear missed the low roar of the furnace. Instinctively he made a step towards the ladder, extending his hand to see whether it was already cold. But at that moment he caught sight of the silk mantle in the chair. He glanced quickly at his son. "Has Marietta been here with you this morning?" he asked sharply. "Oh, no," answered Giovanni contemptuously. "Zorzi stole that thing and had not time to hide it when they arrested him last night. I left it just where it was, that the governor might see it." Beroviero's face changed slowly. His fiery brown eyes began to show a dangerous light, and he stroked his long beard quickly, twisting it a little each time. "If you say that Zorzi stole Marietta's silk mantle," he said slowly, "you are either a fool or a liar." "You are my father," answered Giovanni in some perturbation. "I cannot answer you." Beroviero was silent for a long time. He took the mantle from the chair, examined it, and assured himself that it was Marietta's own and no other. Then he carefully folded it up and laid it on the bench. His brows were contracted as if he were in great pain, and his face was pale, but his eyes were still angry. Giovanni knew the signs of his father's wrath, and dared not speak to him yet. "Is this the evidence on which you have had my man arrested?" asked Beroviero, sitting down in the big chair and fixing his gaze on his son. "By no means," answered Giovanni, with all the coolness he could command. "If it pleases you to hear my story from the beginning, I will tell you all. If you do not hear all, you cannot possibly understand." "I am listening," said old Beroviero, leaning back and laying his hands on the broad wooden arms of the chair. "I shall tell you everything exactly as it happened," said Giovanni, "and I swear that it is all true." Beroviero reflected that in his experience this was usually the way in which liars introduced their accounts of events. For truth is like a work of genius. It carries conviction with it at once, and therefore needs no recommendation nor other artificial support. "After you left," Giovanni continued, "I came here one morning out of pure friendliness to Zorzi, and as we talked I chanced to look at those things on the shelf. When I admired them, he admitted rather reluctantly that he had made them, and other things which you have in your house." Beroviero gravely nodded his assent to the statement. I asked him to make me something, Giovanni went on to say, but he told me that he had no white glass in the furnace, and that what was there was the result of your experiments. Again Beroviero bent his head. So I asked him to bring his blowpipe to the main furnace room, where they were still working at that time, and we went there together. He had once made a very beautiful piece, and was just finishing it when a bad accident happened to him. Another man let his blowpipe fly from his hand, and it fell upon Zorzi's foot with a large lump of hot glass. Beroviero looked keenly at Giovanni. "You know as well as I that it could not have been an accident," he said. "It was done out of spite." "That may be," replied Giovanni, "for the men do not like him, as you know. But Zorzi accepted it as being an accident, and said so. He was badly hurt, and is still lame. Nella dressed the wound, and then Marietta came with her." "Are you sure Marietta came here?" asked Beroviero, growing paler. "Quite sure. They were on their way here together early in the morning when I stopped them and asked Marietta where she was going, and she boldly said she was going to see Zorzi. I could not prevent her, and I saw them both go in." "Do you mean to say that although Zorzi was so badly hurt, you did not have him brought to the house?" "Of course I proposed that at once," Giovanni answered, "but he said he would not leave the furnace." That was like him," said old Beroviero. "He knew what he was doing. It was on that same day that a night boy told me how he had seen you and Zorzi burying something in the laboratory the night before you left." Beroviero started and leaned forward. Giovanni smiled thoughtfully, for he saw how his father was moved, and he knew that the strongest part of his story was yet untold. "It would have been better to leave Paolo Godi's manuscript with me," he said, in a tone of sympathy. "I grew anxious for its safety as soon as I knew that Zorzi had charge of it. Yesterday morning I came in again. Zorzi was sitting on the working stool, finishing a beautiful beaker of white glass." "White glass?" repeated Beroviero, in evident surprise. "White glass? Here?" "Yes," answered Giovanni, enjoying his triumph. "I pointed out that when I had last come there had been no white glass in the furnace. He answered that as one of the experiments had produced a beautiful red color, which he thought must be valuable, he had removed the crucible. He also showed me a specimen of it." "Is it here?" asked Beroviero anxiously. "Where is it?" Giovanni took the specimen from the table, for Zorzi had left it lying there, and he handed it to his father. The latter took it, held it up to the light, and uttered an exclamation of astonishment and anger. "There is only one way of making that," he said without hesitation. "Yes," Giovanni answered coolly. "I supposed it was made according to one of your secrets." A quick look was the only reply to this speech. Giovanni continued. "I asked him to sell me the piece of glass he had been making when he came in, and at first he pretended that he was not sure whether you would allow it. But at last he took a piece of gold for it, and I was to have it as soon as it was annealed. When you see it, you will understand why I was so anxious to get it." "Where is it?" asked the old man. "Show it to me." Giovanni went to the other end of the annealing oven, and came back a moment later carrying the iron tray on which stood the pieces Zorzi had made on the previous morning. Beroviero looked at them critically, tried their weight, and noticed their transparency. "That is not my glass," he said in a tone of decision. "No," said Giovanni. "I saw that it was not your ordinary glass. It seems much better. Now Zorzi must have made it in a new crucible, and if he did, he made it with some secret of yours, for it is impossible that he should have discovered it himself. I said to myself that if he had made it, and the red glass there, he must have opened the book which you had buried together in this room, and that there was only one way of hindering him from learning everything in it, and ruining you and us by setting up a furnace of his own." Beroviero was looking hard at Giovanni, but he was now thoroughly alarmed for the safety of his treasured manuscript, and listened with attention and without hostility. The proofs seemed at first sight very strong, and after all Zorzi was only a Dalmatian and a foreigner who might have yielded to temptation. "What did you do?" asked Beroviero. Giovanni told him the truth, how he had written a letter to the governor, and had seen him in person, as well as Jacopo Contarini. "Of course," Giovanni concluded, "you know best. If you find the book as you and he hid it together, he must have learned your secrets in some other way." "We can easily see," answered old Beroviero, rising quickly. "Come here, get the crowbar from the corner, and help me lift the stone." Giovanni took pains to look for the crowbar, exactly where it was not, for he thought that this would divert any lingering suspicion from himself, but Beroviero was only annoyed. "There, there," he cried, pointing. "It's in that corner. Quickly!" "It would be like the clever scoundrel to have copied what he wanted, and then to have put the book back into its hiding-place," said Giovanni, pausing. "Do not waste words, my son," cried Beroviero in the greatest anxiety. "Here, this is the stone. Get the crowbar in at the side. So, now we will both heave. There, wedge the stone up with that bit of wood. That will do. Now let us both get our hands under it and lift it up." It was done while he was speaking. A moment later Giovanni had scooped out the loose earth, and Beroviero was staring down into the empty hole, just as Giovanni had done on the previous night. Giovanni was almost consoled for his own disappointment when he saw his father's face. "It is certainly gone," he said. "You did not bury it deeper, did you? The soil is hard below." "No, no, it is gone," answered the old man in a dull voice. "Zorzi has got it." "You see," said Giovanni mercilessly, "when I saw the red and white glass which he had made himself, I was so sure of the truth that I acted quickly. I saw him arrested, and I do not think he could have had anything like a book with him, for he was in his doublet and hose. And as he is safe in prison now, he can be made to tell where he has put the thing. How big was it?" "It was in an iron box. It was heavy." Beroviero spoke in low tones, overcome by his loss and by the apparent certainty that Zorzi had betrayed him. "You see why I should naturally suspect him of having stolen the mantle," observed Giovanni. "A man who would betray your confidence in such a way would do anything." "Yes, yes," answered the old master vaguely. "Yes, I must go see him in prison. I was kind to him, and perhaps he may confess everything to me." "We might ask Marietta when she first missed her mantle," suggested Giovanni. "She must have noticed that it was gone." "She will not remember," answered Beroviero. "Let us go to the governor's house at once. There is just time before midday. We can speak to Marietta at dinner." "But you must be tired after your journey," objected Giovanni, with unusual concern for his father's comfort. "No, I slept well on the ship. I have done nothing to tire me. The gondola may be still there. Tell Pasquale to call it over, and we will go directly. Go on, I will follow you." Giovanni went forward, and Beroviero stayed a moment to look again at the beautiful objects of white glass, examining them carefully, one by one. The workmanship was marvelous, and he could not help admiring it, but it was the glass itself that disturbed him. It was like his own, but it was better, and the knowledge of its composition and treatment was a fortune. Then, too, the secret of dropping a piece of copper into a certain mixture in order to produce a particularly beautiful red color was in the book, and the color could not be mistaken, and was not the one which Beroviero had been trying to produce. He shook his head sadly as he went out, and locked the door behind him, convinced against his will that he had been betrayed by the man whom he had most trusted in the world. Pasquale watched the two, father and son, as they got into the gondola. Old Beroviero had not even looked at him as he came out, and it was not the porter's business to volunteer information, nor the gondolier's either. But when the latter was ordered to row to the governor's house as fast as possible, he turned his head and looked at Pasquale, who slowly nodded his ugly head before going in again. On reaching their destination, they were received at once, and the governor told them what had happened in as few words as possible. Nothing could exceed old Beroviero's consternation and his son's disappointment. Zorzi had been rescued at the corner of San Piero's church by men who had knocked senseless the officer and the 6 archers. No one knew who these men were, nor their numbers, but they were clearly friends of Zorzi's who had known that he was to be arrested. "Accomplices," suggested Giovanni. "He has stolen a valuable book of my father's, containing secrets for making the finest glass. By this time he is on his way to Milan or Florence." "I dare say," said the governor. "These foreigners are capable of anything." "I had trusted him so confidently," said Beroviero, too much overcome to be angry. "Exactly," answered the governor. "You trusted him too much." "I always thought so," put in Giovanni wisely. "There is nothing to be said," resumed Beroviero. "I do not wish to believe it of him, but I cannot deny the evidence of my own senses." "I have already sent a report to the Council of 10, said the governor. "The most careful search will be made in Venice for Zorzi and his companions, and if they are found, they will suffer for what they have done." "I hope so," replied Giovanni heartily. "I remember that you recommended me to send a strong force," observed the governor. "Perhaps you knew that a rescue was intended, or you were aware that the fellow had daring accomplices." "I only suspected it," Giovanni answered. "I knew nothing. He was always alone." "He has hardly been out of my sight for 5 years," said old Beroviero sadly. He and his son took their leave, the governor promising to keep them informed as to the progress of the search. At present nothing more could be done, for Zorzi had disappeared altogether, and old Beroviero was much inclined to share his son's opinion that the fugitive was already on his way to Milan or Florence, where the possession of the secrets would ensure him a large fortune, very greatly to the injury of Beroviero and all the glassworkers of Murano. The 2 men returned to the house in silence, for the elder was too much absorbed by his own thoughts to speak, and Giovanni was too wise to interrupt reflections which undoubtedly tended to Zorzi's destruction. Marietta was awaiting her father's return with much anxiety, for everyone knew that the master had gone first to the laboratory and then to the governor's palace with Giovanni, so that the 2 men must have been talking together a long time. Marietta waited with her sister-in-law in the lower hall, slowly walking up and down. When her father came up the low steps at last, she went forward to meet him, and a glance told her that he was in the most extreme anxiety. She took his hand and kissed it in the customary manner, and he bent a little and touched her forehead with his lips. Then, to her surprise, he put one hand under her chin and laid the other on top of her head, and with gentle force made her look at him. Giovanni's wife was there, and most of the servants were standing near the foot of the staircase to welcome their master. Beroviero said nothing as he gazed into his daughter's eyes. They met his own fearlessly enough, and she opened them wide, as she rarely did, as if to show that she had nothing to conceal. But while he looked at her, the blood rose blushing to her cheeks, telling that there was something to hide after all, and as she would not turn her eyes from his, they sparkled a little with vexation. Beroviero did not speak, but he let her go and went on towards the stairs, bending his head graciously to the other persons who were assembled to greet him. He was a man of strong character and of much natural dignity, far too proud to break down under a great loss or a bitter disappointment, and at dinner he sat at the head of the table and spoke affably of the journey he had made, explaining his unexpectedly early return by the fact that the Lord of Rimini had at once approved his designs and accepted his terms. Occasionally Giovanni asked a respectful question, but neither his wife nor Marietta said much during the meal. Zorzi was not mentioned. "You are welcome at my house, my son," Beroviero said when they finished, "but I suppose that you will go back to your own this evening." This was, of course, a command, and Marietta thought it a good omen. She had felt sure, when her father made her look at him, that Giovanni had spoken to him of the mantle, but in what way she could not tell. Perhaps, though it seemed incredible, he would not make such a serious case of it as she had expected. He said nothing when he withdrew to rest during the hot hours of the afternoon, and she went to her own room, as everyone did at that time. Little as she had slept that night, she felt that it would be intolerable to lie down, so she took her little basket of beads and tried to work. Nella was dozing in the next room. From time to time the young girl leaned back in her chair with half-closed eyes, and a look of pain came over her face. Then with an effort she took her needle once more and picked out the beads, threading them one by one in a regular succession of colors. She was sure that if Zorzi were near, he would have already found some means of informing her that he was really in safety. He must have friends of whom she knew nothing, and who had rescued him at great risk. He would surely trust one of them to take a message, or to make a signal which she could understand. She sat near the window, and the shutters were half closed, so as to leave a space through which she could look out. From time to time she glanced at the white line of the footway opposite, over which the shadow of the glass house was beginning to creep as the sun moved westward. But no one appeared. When it was cool, Pasquale would probably come out and look 3 times up and down the canal, as he always did. Giovanni would not go to the laboratory again. Perhaps her father would go when he was rested. Then, if she chose, she would take Nella and join him, and since there was to be an explanation with him, she would rather have it in the laboratory, where they would be quite alone. She had fully made up her mind to tell him at the very first interview that she would not marry Jacopo Contarini under any circumstances, but she had not decided whether she would add that she loved Zorzi. She hated anything like cowardice, and it would be cowardly to put off telling him the truth any longer, but what concerned Zorzi was her secret, and she had a right to choose the most favorable moment for making a revelation on which her whole life, and Zorzi's also, must immediately depend. She felt weak and tired, for she had eaten little and hardly slept at all, but her determination was strong, and she would act upon it. Occasionally she rose and moved wearily about the room, looking out between the shutters, and then sat down again. She was in one of those moments of life in which all existence seems drawn out to an endless quivering thread, a single throbbing nerve is stretched to its utmost point of strain. The silence was broken by a man's footstep in the passage coming towards her door. A moment later she heard her father's voice, asking if he might come in. Almost at the same time she opened, and Beroviero stood on the threshold. Nella had heard him speaking, too, and she started up, wide awake in an instant, and came in to see if she were needed. "Will you go with me to the laboratory, my dear?" asked the old man quietly. She answered gravely that she would. There was no gladness in her tone, but no reluctance. She was facing the most difficult situation she had ever known, and perhaps the most dangerous. "Very well," said her father. "Let Nella give you your silk mantle, and we will go at once." Before Marietta could have answered, even if she had known what to say, Nella had begun to tell her tale of woe. The mantle was stolen. The sour-faced shrew of a maid who belonged to Signor Giovanni's wife had stolen it. The house ought to be searched at once, and so much more to the same effect, that Nella was obliged to pause for breath. "When did you miss it?" asked Beroviero, looking hard at the serving-woman. "This morning, sir. It was here last night, I am quite sure." The truthful little brown eyes did not waver. "And it cannot have been anyone else," continued Nella. "This is a very evil person, sir, and she sometimes comes here with a message, or making believe that she is helping me, as if I needed help indeed." "Do not accuse people of stealing when you have no evidence against them," answered Beroviero, somewhat sternly. "Give your mistress something else to throw over her." "Give me the green silk cloak," said Marietta, who was anxious not to be questioned about the mantle. "It has a spot in one corner," Nella answered discontentedly as she went to the wardrobe. The spot turned out to be no bigger than the head of a pin. A moment later Marietta and her father were going downstairs. At the door of the glass house Pasquale eyed them with approbation, and Marietta smiled and said a word to him as she passed. It seems strange that she should have trusted the ugly old man with a secret which she dared not tell her own father. Beroviero did not speak as she followed him down the path and stood waiting while he unlocked the door. Then they both entered, and he laid his cap upon the table. "There is your mantle, my dear," he said quietly, and he pointed to it, neatly folded and lying on the bench. Marietta started, for she was taken unawares. While in her own room, her father had spoken so naturally as to make it seem quite possible that Giovanni had said nothing about it to him, yet he had known exactly where it was. He was facing her now as he spoke. "It was found here last night, after Zorzi had been arrested," said Beroviero. "Do you understand?" "Yes," Marietta answered, gathering all her courage. "We will talk about it by and by. First, I have something to say to you, which is much more important than anything concerning the mantle. Will you sit down, father, and hear me as patiently as you can?" "I am learning patience today," said Beroviero, sitting down in his chair. "I am learning also the meaning of such words as ingratitude, betrayal, and treachery, which were never before spoken in my house." He sighed and leaned back, looking at the wall. Marietta dropped her cloak beside the mantle on the bench and began to walk up and down before him, trying to begin her speech, but she could not find any words. "Speak, child," said the father. "What has happened? It seems to me that I could bear almost anything now." She stood still a moment before him, still hesitating. She now saw that he had suffered more than she had suspected, doubtless owing to Zorzi's arrest and disappearance, and she knew that what she meant to tell him would hurt him much more. "Father," she began at last with great effort, "I know that what I'm going to say will displease you very, very much. I am sorry. I wish it were not." Suddenly her set speech broke down. She fell on her knees and took his hands, looking up beseechingly to his face. "Forgive me," she cried. "Oh, for God's sake, forgive me. I cannot marry Jacopo Contarini." Beroviero had not expected that. He sat upright in the chair in his amazement and instinctively tried to draw his hands out of hers, but she held them fast, gazing earnestly up at him. His look was not angry nor cold, nor did he even seem hurt. He was simply astonished beyond all measure by the enormous audacity of what she said, and yet he did not connect it with anything else. "I think you must be mad." That was all he could find to say. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Marietta, a Maid of Venice, by Frances Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Marietta shook her head. She still knelt at her father's feet, holding his hands. "I am not mad," she said. "I am in earnest. I cannot marry him. It is impossible." "You must marry him," answered Beroviero. "You are betrothed to him, and it would be an insult to his family to break off the marriage now. Besides, you have no reason to give, not the shadow of a reason." Marietta dropped his hands and rose to her feet lightly. She had expected a terrific outburst of anger which would gradually subside, after which she hoped to find words with which to influence him. But like many hot-tempered men, he was sometimes unexpectedly calm at critical moments, as if he were really able to control his nature when he chose. She now almost wished that he would break out in a rage, as women sometimes hope we may, for they know it is far easier to deal with an angry man than with a determined one. "I will not marry him," she said at last, with strong emphasis and almost defiantly. "My child," Beroviero answered gravely, "you do not know what you are saying." "I do," cried Marietta with some indignation. "I have thought of it a long time. I was very wrong not to make up my mind from the beginning, and I ask your forgiveness. In my heart I always knew that I could not do it in the end, and I should have said so at once. It was a great mistake." "There is no question of your consent," replied Beroviero with conviction. "If girls were consulted as to the men they were to marry, the world would soon come to an end. This is only a passing madness, of which you should be heartily ashamed. Say no more about it. On the appointed day the wedding will take place." "It will not," said Marietta firmly, "and you will do better to let it be known at once. It is of no use to take heaven to witness and to make a solemn oath. I merely say that I will not marry Jacopo Contarini. You may carry me to the church, you may drag me before the altar, but I will resist. I will scream out that I will not, and the priest himself will protect me. That will be a much greater scandal than if you go to the Contarini family and tell them that your daughter is mad, if you really think I am." "You are undoubtedly beside yourself at the present moment," Beroviero answered, "but it will pass, I hope." "Not while I am alive, and I shall certainly resist to the end. It would be much wiser of you to send me to a convent at once than to count on forcing me to go through the marriage ceremony." Beroviero stared at her and stroked his beard. He began to believe that she might possibly be in earnest, since she talked so quietly of going to a convent, a fate which most girls considered the most terrible that could be imagined. He bent his brows in thought, but watched her steadily. "You have not yet given me a single reason for all this wild talk," he said after a pause. "It is absurd to think that without some good cause you are suddenly filled with repulsion for marriage or for Jacopo Contarini. I have heard of young women who were betrothed, but who felt a religious vocation and refused to marry for that reason. It never seemed a very satisfactory one to me, for if there is any condition in which a woman needs religion, it is the marriage state." He paused in his speech, pleased with his own idea, in spite of all his troubles. Marietta had moved a few steps away from him and stood beside the table, looking down at the things on it without seeing them. "But you do not even make religion a pretext," pursued her father. "Have you no reason to give? I do not expect a good one, for none can have any weight, but I should like to hear the best you have." "It is a very convincing one to me," Marietta replied, still looking down at the table, "but I think I had better not tell it to you today. It would make you angry." "No," said Beroviero, "one cannot be angry with people who are really out of their senses." "I am not so mad as you think," answered the girl. "I have told you of my decision, because it would be cowardly of me not to tell you what I felt before you went away. But it might be a mistake to tell you more today. You have had enough to harass you already since you came back." "You are suddenly very considerate." "No, I have not been considerate. I could not be without acting a lie to you by letting you believe that I meant to marry Messer Jacopo, and I will not do that any longer, since I know that it is a lie. But I cannot see the use of saying anything more." "You had better tell me the whole truth, rather than let me think something that may be much worse," answered Beroviero, changing his attitude. "There is nothing in the truth of which I am ashamed," said Marietta, holding up her head proudly. "I have done nothing which I did not believe to be right, however strange it may seem to you." Once more their eyes met, and they gazed steadily at each other, and again the blush spread over her cheeks. Beroviero put out his hand and touched the folded mantle. "Marietta," he said, "Zorzi has stolen my precious book of secrets and has disappeared with it. They tell me that he also stole this mantle, for it was found here just after he was arrested last night. Is it true, or has he stolen my daughter instead?" Marietta's face had darkened when he began to accuse the absent man. At the question that followed she started a little and drew herself up. "Zorzi is neither a thief nor a traitor," she answered. "If you mean to ask me whether I love him, is that what you mean?" She paused with flashing eyes. "Yes," answered her father, and his voice shook. "Then yes, I love him with all my heart, and I have loved him long. That is why I will not marry Jacopo Contarini. You know my secret now." Beroviero groaned aloud, and his heart sank as he grasped the arms of the chair. His daughter loved the man who had cheated him, betrayed him, and robbed him. It was almost too much to bear. He had nothing to say, for no words could tell what he felt then, and he silently bowed his head. "As for the accusations you bring against him," Marietta said after a moment, "they are false from first to last, and I can prove to you that every one of them is an abominable lie." "You cannot make that untrue which I have seen with my eyes." "I can, though Zorzi has the right to prove his innocence himself. I may say too much, for I am not as generous as he is. Do you know that when they tried to kill him in the furnace room and lamed him for life, he told everyone, even me, that it was an accident? He is so brave and noble that when he comes here again, he will not tell you that it was your own son who tried to rob you, who did everything in his power to get Zorzi away from this room, in order to search for your manuscript, and who at last, as everything else failed, persuaded the governor to arrest him. He will not tell you that, and he does not know that before they had taken him 20 paces from the door, Giovanni was already here, locked in and trying the stones with a hammer to find out which one covered the precious book. Did Giovanni tell you that this morning?" "No, Zorzi would not tell you all the truth, and I know some of it even better than he. But Zorzi was always generous and brave." Beroviero had lifted his head now and was looking hard at her. "And your mantle? How came it here?" There was nothing to be done now but to speak the truth. "It is here," said Marietta, growing paler, "because I came here, unknown to anyone except Pasquale, who let me in, because I came alone last night to warn the man I love that Giovanni had planned his destruction, and to save him if I could. In my haste I left the mantle in that chair of yours in which I had been sitting. It slipped from my shoulders as I sat, and there Giovanni must have found it. If you had seen it there, you would know that what I say is true." "I did see it," said Beroviero. "Giovanni left it where it was, and I folded it myself this morning. Zorzi did not steal the mantle. I take back that accusation." "Nor has he stolen your secrets. Take that back, too, if you are just. You always were till now." "I have searched the place where he and I put the book, and it is not there." "Giovanni searched it 12 hours earlier, and it was already gone. Zorzi saved it from your son, and then, in his rage, I suppose that Giovanni accused him of stealing it. He may even have believed it, for I can be just, too. But it is not true. The book is safe." "Zorzi took it with him?" said Beroviero. "You are mistaken. Before he was arrested, he said that I ought to know where it was, in case anything happened to him, in order to tell you." Beroviero rose slowly, staring at her, and speaking with an effort. "You know where it is? He told you? He has not taken it away?" Marietta smiled in perfect certainty of victory. "I know where it is." "Where is it?" he asked in extreme anxiety, for he could hardly believe what he heard. "I will not tell you yet," was the unexpected answer Marietta gave him, "and you cannot possibly find it unless I do." The veins stood out on the old man's temples in an instant, and the old angry fire came back to his eyes. "Do you dare to tell me that you will not show me the place where the book is on the very instant?" "Oh, yes," answered Marietta. "I dare that, and much more. I am not a coward like my brother, you know. I will not tell you the secret till you promise me something." "You are trying to sell me what is my own," he answered angrily. "You are in league with Zorzi against me to break off your marriage. But I will not do it. You shall tell me where the book is. If you refuse, you shall repent it as long as you live. I will—" He stopped short in his speech as he met her disdainful look. "You never threatened me before," she said. "Why do you think that you can frighten me?" "Give me what is mine," said the old man angrily. "That is all I demand. I am not threatening." "Set me free from Messer Jacopo, and you shall have it," answered Marietta. "No, you shall marry him." "I will not. But I will keep your book until you change your mind, or else But no, if I gave it to Zorzi, he is so honorable that he would bring it back to you without so much as looking into it. I will keep it for myself, or I will burn it." She felt that if she had been a man, she could not have taken such an unfair advantage of him. But she was a defenseless girl, fighting for the liberty of her whole life. That might excuse much, she thought. But this time Beroviero was very angry. He stalked up and down beside the furnace, trailing his thin silk gown behind him, stroking his beard with a quick, impatient movement, and casting fierce glances at Marietta from time to time. He was not used to being at the mercy of circumstances, still less to having his mind made up for him by his son and his daughter. Giovanni had made him believe that Zorzi had turned traitor and thief after 5 years of faithful service, and the conviction had cut him to the quick. And now Marietta had demonstrated Zorzi's innocence almost beyond doubt, but had made matters worse in other ways, and was taking the high hand with him. He did not realize that from the moment when she had boldly confessed what she had done and had declared her love for Zorzi, his confidence in her had returned by quick degrees, and that the atrocious crime of having come secretly at night to the laboratory had become, in his eyes, and perhaps against his will, a mere pardonable piece of rashness, since if Zorzi was innocent, anything which could save him from unjust imprisonment might well be forgiven. He had borne what seemed to him very great misfortunes with fortitude and dignity, but his greatest treasures were safe, his daughter and Paolo Godi's manuscript, and he became furiously angry with Marietta because she had him in her power. If a man is seated, a woman who intends to get the better of him generally stands, but if he loses his temper and begins to walk about, she immediately seats herself and assumes an exasperating calmness of manner. Accordingly, Marietta sat down on a small chair near the table and watched her father in silence, persuaded that he would be obliged to yield in the end. "No one has ever dared to browbeat me in this way in my whole life," cried the old man fiercely, and his voice shook with rage. "Will you listen to me?" asked Marietta with sudden meekness. "Listen to you?" he repeated instantly. "Have I not been listening to you for hours?" "I do not know how long it may have been," answered the girl, "but I have much more to say. You are so angry that you will not hear me." "Angry? I? Are you telling me that I am so beside myself with rage that I cannot understand reason?" "I did not say that." "You meant it, then. What did you say? You have forgotten what you said already, just like a girl. And you pretend to argue with me, with your own father. It is beyond belief. Silence, I say. Do not answer me." Marietta sat quite still and began to look at her nails, which were very pink and well-shaped. After a short silence, Beroviero stopped before her. "Well," he cried, "why do you not speak?" His eyes blazed, and he tapped the pavement with his foot. She raised her eyebrows, smiled a little wearily, and sighed. "I misunderstood you," she said with exasperating patience. "I thought you told me to be silent." "You always misunderstand me," he answered angrily, and walked off again. "You always did, and you always will. I believe you do it on purpose, but I will make you understand. You shall know what I mean." "I should be so glad," said Marietta. "Pray tell me what you mean." This was too much. He turned sharply in his walk. "I mean you to marry Contarini," he cried out, with a stamp of the foot. "And you mean never to see Paolo Godi's manuscript again," suggested Marietta quietly. "Perdition take the accursed thing!" roared the old man. "If I only knew where you have put it!" "It is where you can never, never find it," Marietta answered. "So it is of no use to be angry with me, is it? The more angry you are, the less likely it is that I shall tell you. But I will tell you something else, father, something you never understood before. My marriage was to have been a bargain, a great name for a fortune, half your fortune for a great name, and an alliance with a Contarini. Perhaps one was worth the other. I know very little of such things, but it chances that I can have a word to say about the bargain, too. Would anyone say that I was doing very wrong if I gave that book to my brother, for instance? Giovanni would not give it back to you, as Zorzi would, I am quite sure."
"What abominable scheme is this?" Beroviero fairly trembled in his fury.
"I offer you a simple bargain," Marietta answered, unmoved. "I will give you your manuscript for my freedom. Will you take it, father? Or will you insist upon trying to marry me by force and let me give the book to Giovanni? Yes, that is what I will do. Then I will marry Zorzi and go away."
"Silence, child. You marry a stranger, a Dalmatian, a servant?"
"But I love him. You may call him a servant if you choose. It would make no difference to me if it were true. He would not be less brave, less loyal, or less worthy if he were forced to clean your shoes in order to live, instead of sharing your art with you. Did he ever lie to you?"
"No," cried the old man. "I would have broken his bones."
"Did he ever betray a secret, since you know that the book is safe?"
"No."
"Have you trusted him far more than your own sons for many years?"
"Yes, of course."
"Then call him your servant if you like, and call your sons what you please," concluded Marietta. "But do not tell me that such a man is not good enough to be the husband of a glass-blower's daughter, who does not want a great name, nor a palace, nor a husband who sits in the Grand Council. Do not say that, father, for it would not be true, and you never told a lie in your life."
"I tell you that marriage has nothing to do with all this."
He began walking again to keep his temper hot, for he was dimly conscious that he was getting the worst of the encounter, and that her arguments were good. "And I tell you that a marriage that has nothing to do with love, and with honor, and with trust, is no marriage at all. Say what you please of customs and traditions, and of station and all that. God never meant that an innocent girl should be bought and sold like a slave or a horse for a name, nor for money, nor for any imaginary advantage to herself or to her father. I know what our privilege is, that the patricians may marry us and not lose their rank. I would rather keep my own and marry a glass-worker, even if I were to be sold. Do you know what your money would buy for me in Venice? The privilege of being despised and slighted by patricians and great ladies. You know as well as I that it would all end there, in spite of all you may give. They want your money, you want their name, because you are rich, and you have always been taught to think that the chief use of money is to rise in the world."
"Will you teach me what I am to think?" asked old Beroviero, amazed at her sudden flow of words.
"Yes," she answered before he could say more. "I will teach you what you should think, what you should have always thought. A man as brave and upright and honest in everything as you are, you should think, you should know that your daughter has a right to live, a right to be free, and a right to love like every living creature God ever made."
"This is the most abominable rebellion," retorted Beroviero. "I cannot imagine where you learned—"
"Rebellion?" she cried, interrupting him in ringing tones. "Yes, it is rank rebellion, sedition, and revolt against slavery. For a life, for love, and for freedom. You wonder where I have learned to turn and face this oppression of the world, instead of yielding to it, one more unhappy woman among 1,000 that are bought and sold into wifehood every year? I have learned nothing. My heart needed no teaching for that. It is enough that I love an honest man truly. I know that it is wrong to promise my faith to another, and that it is a worse wrong in you to try to get that promise from me by force. A vow that could be nothing but a solemn lie. Would the ring on my finger be a charm to make me forget? Would the priest's words and blessing be a spell to root out of my heart what is the best part of my life? Better go to a nunnery and weep for the truth than to hope for peace in such a lie as that. Better 1,000,000 times." She had risen now and was almost eloquent, facing her father with flashing eyes. "Oh, you have always been kind to me, good to me. Dear to me, she went on quickly, it is only in this that you will not understand. Would it not hurt you a little to feel that you had sent me to a sort of living death from which I could never come back to life? That I was imprisoned forever among people who looked down upon me and only tolerated me for my fortune's sake? Yet that would be the very least part of it. I could bear all that if it were for any good. But to become a creature, a possession, the plaything of a man I do not love, when I love another with all my heart. Oh, no, no, no! You cannot ask me that." His anger had slowly subsided, and he was listening now, not because she had him in her power, but because what she said was true, for he was a just and honorable man. "I wish that you might have loved any man but Zorzi," he said, almost as if speaking to himself. "And why another?" she asked, following up her advantage instantly. "You would have had me marry a Trevisan, perhaps, or the son of any of the other great glassmakers? Is there one of them who you compare with Zorzi as an artist, let alone as a man? Look at those things he has made, there, on the table. Is there a man living who could make one of them? Not you yourself. You know it better than I do." "No," answered Beroviero. "That is true. Nor is there anyone who could make the glass he used for them without the secrets that are in the book, and more too, for it is better than my own." Marietta looked at him in surprise. This was something she had not known. "Is it not your glass?" she asked. "It is better. He must have added something to the composition set down in the book." "You believe that although the book is safe, he has made use of it?" "Yes, I cannot see how it could be otherwise." "Was the book sealed?" "Yes, and locked in an iron box. Here is the key. I always wear it." He drew out the small iron key and showed it to her. "If you find the box locked and the seals untouched, will you believe that Zorzi has not opened the manuscript?" "Yes," answered Beroviero, after a moment's thought. "I showed him the seal, and I remember that he said a man might make one like it, but I should know by the wax. I am sure I could tell whether it had been tampered with. Yes, I should believe that he had not opened the book if I found it as I left it." "Then will you be convinced that Zorzi is altogether innocent of the charges Giovanni made against him? Is that true?" "Yes, if he has learnt the art in spite of the law. That is my fault, not his. He was unwise in selling the beaker to Giovanni. But what is that, after all?" "Promise me, then," said Marietta, laying her hand upon her father's arm. "Promise me that if Zorzi comes back, he shall be safe, and that you will trust him as you always have." "Though he dares to be in love with you?" "Though I dare to love him. Or apart from that, say that if it were not for that, you would treat him just as you were before you went away?" "Yes, I would," answered Beroviero thoughtfully. "The book is there," said Marietta. She pointed to the big earthen jar that contained the broken glass, and her father's eyes followed her hand. "It is for Zorzi's sake that I tell you," she continued. "The book is buried deep down amongst the broken bits. It will take a long time to get it out. Shall I call Pasquale to help us?" "No," answered her father. He went to the other end of the room and brought back the crowbar. Then he placed himself in a good position for striking, and raised the iron high in the air with both his hands. "Stand back!" he cried, as Marietta came nearer. The first blow knocked a large piece of earthenware from the side of the strong jar, and a quantity of broken red glass poured out, as red as blood from a wound, and fell with little crashes upon the stone floor. Beroviero raised the crowbar again and again, and brought it down with all his might. At the fourth stroke the whole jar went to pieces, leaving nothing but a red heap of smashed glass, round about which lay the big fragments of the jar. In the midst of the heap, the corner of the iron box appeared, sticking up like a black stone. "At last!" exclaimed the old man, flushed with satisfaction. "Giovanni had not thought of this." He cleared away the shivers and gently pushed the box out of its bed with the crowbar. He soon got it out on the floor, and with some precaution, lest any stray splinter should cut his fingers, he set it upon the table. Then he took the key from his neck and opened it. Marietta's belief in Zorzi had never wavered from the first, but Beroviero was more than half sure that the book had been opened. He took it up with care, turned it over and over in his hands, scrutinized the seal, the strings, the knots, and saw that they were all his own. "It is impossible that this should have been undone and tied up again," he said confidently. "Anyone could see that at once," Marietta answered. "Do you believe that Zorzi is innocent?" "I cannot help believing, but I do not understand. There is the red glass, made by dropping the piece of copper into it. That is in the book, I am sure." "It was an accident," said Marietta. "The copper ladle fell into the glass. Zorzi told me about it." "Are you sure?" "That is possible. The very same thing happened to Paolo Godi, and that was how he discovered the color. But there is the white glass, which is so like mine, though it is better. That may have been an accident, too, or the boy may have tried an experiment on mine by adding something to it." "It is at least sure that the book has not been touched, and that is the main thing. You admit that he is quite innocent, do you not? Quite innocent?" "Yes, I do. It would be very unjust not to admit it." Marietta drew a long breath of relief, for she had scarcely hoped to accomplish so much in so short a time. The rest would follow, she felt sure. "I would give a great deal to see Zorzi at once," said her father at last, as he replaced the manuscript in the box and shut the lid. "Not half as much as I would," Marietta almost laughed as she spoke. "Father," she asked gently, and resting one hand upon his shoulder, "I have given you back your book. I have given you back the innocent man you trusted, instead of the villain invented by my brother. What will you give me?" She smiled and rubbed her cheek against his shoulder. He shook his head a little and would not answer. "Would it be so hard to say that you ask another year's time before the marriage? And then, you could ask it again, and they would soon be tired of waiting and would break it off themselves." "Do not suggest such woman's tricks to me," answered her father, but he could not help smiling. "Oh, you may find a better way," Marietta said. "But that would be so easy, would it not? Your daughter is so young. Her health is somewhat delicate." She was interrupted by a knock at the door, and Pasquale entered. "The Signor Giovanni is without, sir," said the porter. "He desires to take leave of you, as he is returning to his own house today." "Let him come in," said Beroviero, his face darkening all at once. End of chapter 20. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 21 of Marietta, a Maid of Venice by Marion CRAWFORD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Giovanni entered the laboratory confidently, not even knowing that Marietta was with her father, and not suspecting that he could have anything to fear from her. "I have come to take leave of you, sir," he began, going towards his father at once. He did not see the broken jar, which was at some distance from the door. "Before you go," Beroviero said coldly, "pray look at this." Giovanni saw the box on the table, but did not understand, as he had never seen it before. His father again took the key from his neck and opened the casket. "This is Paolo Godi's manuscript," he said without changing his voice. "You see, here is the book. The seal is unbroken. It is exactly as I left it when Zorzi and I buried it together. You suspected him of having opened it, and I confess that you made me suspect him too. For the sake of justice, convince yourself." Giovanni's face was drawn with lines of vexation and anxiety. "It was hidden in the jar of broken glass," Beroviero explained. "You did not think of looking there." "No, nor you, sir." I mean that you did not look there when you searched for it alone, immediately after Zorzi was arrested." Giovanni was pale now, but he raised both hands and turned up his eyes as if calling upon heaven to witness his innocence. "I swear to you," he began, "on the body of the blessed Saint Donatus—" Beroviero interrupted him. "I did not ask you to swear by anything," he said. "I know the truth. The less you say of what has happened, the better it will be for you in the end." "I suppose my sister has been poisoning your mind against me, as usual. Can she explain how her mantle came here?" "It does not concern you to know how it came here," answered Beroviero. "By your wholly unjustifiable haste, to say nothing worse, you have caused an innocent man to be arrested, and his rescue and disappearance have made matters much worse. I do not care to ask what your object has been. Keep it to yourself, pray, and do not remind me of this affair when we meet, for after all, you are my son. You came to take your leave, I think. Go home, then, by all means." Without a word, Giovanni went out, biting his thin lip and reflecting mournfully upon the change in his position since he had talked with his father in the morning. While they had been speaking, Marietta had gone to a little distance, affecting to unfold the mantle and fold it again according to feminine rules. As she heard the door shut again, she glanced at her father's face and saw that he was looking at her. "I told you that I was learning patience today," he said. "I longed to lay my hands on him." "You frightened him much more by what you said," answered Marietta. "Perhaps. Never mind. He is gone. The question is how to find Zorzi. That is the first thing, and then we must undo the mischief Giovanni has done." "I think Pasquale must have some clue by which we may find Zorzi," suggested Marietta. Pasquale was called at once. He stood with his legs bowed, holding his old cap in both hands, his small bloodshot eyes fixed on his master's face with a look of inquiry. He was more than ever like a savage old watchdog. "Yes, sir," he said in answer to Beroviero's question. "I can tell you something. 2 men were looking on last night when Signor Giovanni made me open the door to the governor's soldiers. They wore hoods over their eyes, but I am certain that one of them was that Greek captain who came here one morning before you went away. When Zorzi came out, the Greek walked off, up the footway and past the bridge. The other waited till they were all gone, till Signor Giovanni had come in. He whispered quickly in my ear, 'Zorzi is safe.' Then he went after the others. I could see that he had a short staff hidden under his cloak, and that he was the man with the bones like an ox. But he was not so big a man as the captain. Then I knew that 2 such men, who were seamen accustomed to using their hands, quick on their feet, and seeing well in the dark, as we all do, could pitch the officer over the tower of San Piero if they chose, with all his sleazy crew of lubberly dressed-up boobies, armed with overgrown boat-hooks. This I thought, and so it happened. That is what I know." "But why should Captain Aristarchi care whether Zorzi was arrested or not?" asked Beroviero. "This the saints may know in paradise," answered Pasquale, "but not I." "Has the captain been here again?" asked Beroviero, completely puzzled. "No, sir, but I should have told you that one morning there came a patrician of Venice, Messer Venier, who wished to see you, being a friend of Messer Jacopo Contarini, and when he heard that you were away, he desired to see Zorzi, and stayed some time." "I know him by name," said Beroviero, nodding, "but there can be no connection between him and this Greek." Pasquale snarled and showed his teeth at the mere idea, for his instinct told him that Aristarchi was a pirate, or had been one, and he was by no means sure that the Greek had carried off Zorzi for any good purpose. "Pasquale," said Beroviero, "it is long since you have had a holiday. Take this gift tomorrow morning and go over to Venice. You are a seaman, and you can easily find out from the sailors about the Guidici who this Aristarchi really is and where he lives. Then try to see him and tell him that Zorzi is innocent of all the charges against him, and that if he will come back, I will protect him. Can you do that?" Pasquale gave signs of great satisfaction by growling and grinning at the same time, and his lids drew themselves into 100 wrinkles, till his eyes seemed no bigger than 2 red Murano beads. Then Beroviero and Marietta went back to the house, and the young girl carried the folded mantle under her cloak. Before going to her own room, she opened it out as if it had been worn, and dropped it behind the bench-box in the large room, as if it had fallen from her shoulders while she had been sitting there, and in due time it was found by one of the men-servants, who brought it back to Nella. "You are so careless, my pretty lady," cried the serving-woman, holding up her hands. "Yes," answered Marietta, "I know it." "So careless," repeated Nella. "Nothing has any value for you. Some day you will forget your face in the mirror and go away without it, and then they will say it is Nella's fault." Marietta laughed lightly, for she was happy. It was clear that everything was to end well, though it might be long before her father would consent to let her marry Zorzi. She felt quite sure that he was safe, though he might lie far away by this time. Beroviero returned at once to the governor's house and did his best to undo the mischief. But to his unspeakable disappointment, he found that the governor's report had already gone to the Council of 10, so that the matter had passed altogether out of his hands. The council would certainly find Zorzi if he were in Venice, and within 2 or 3 days at the utmost, if not within a few hours. For the signors of the night were very vigilant, and their men knew every hiding-place in Venice. Zorzi, said the governor, would certainly be taken into custody unless he had escaped to the mainland. Beroviero could have wrung his hands for sheer despair, and when he told Marietta the result of his second visit to the governor, her heart sank, for Zorzi's danger was greater than ever before, and it was not likely that a man who had been so mysteriously rescued, to the manifest injury and disgrace of those who were taking him to prison, could escape torture. He would certainly be suspected of connivance with secret enemies of the Republic. Beroviero bethought him of the friends he had in Venice, to whom he might apply for help in his difficulty. In the first place, there was Messer Luigi Foscarini, a procurator of St. Mark, but he had not been long in office, and he would probably not wish to be concerned in any matter which tended to oppose authority. And there was old Contarini, who was himself one of the 10. Beroviero knew his character well, and judged that he would not be lenient towards anyone who had been forcibly rescued, no matter how innocent he might be. Moreover, the law against foreigners who attempted to work in glass was in force, and very stringent. Contarini, like many overwise men who had no control whatever over their own children, was always for excessive severity in all processes of the law. Beroviero thought of some others, but against each one he found some real objection. Sitting in his chair after supper, he talked earnestly of the matter with Marietta, who sat opposite him with her work by the large brass lamp. For the present he had almost forgotten the question of her marriage, for all his former affection for Zorzi had returned with the conviction of his innocence. And the case was very urgent. That very night Zorzi might be found, and on the next morning he might be brought before the 10 to be examined. Marietta thought with terror of the awful tales Nella had told her about the little torture chamber behind the hall of the council. "Who is that Messer Zwanvenier who came to see Zorzi?" asked Marietta suddenly. "A young man who fought very bravely in the East, I believe," answered Beroviero. "His father was the Admiral of the Republic for some time." "He has talked with Zorzi," said Marietta. "Pasquale said so. He must have liked him, of course, and none of the other patricians you have mentioned have ever seen him. Messer Zwan is not in office, and has nothing to lose. Perhaps he will be willing to use his influence with his father. If only the 10 could know the whole truth before Zorzi is brought before them, it would be very different." Beroviero saw that there was some wisdom in applying to a younger man like Zwanvenier, who had nothing at stake, And since Venier had come to visit him, there could be nothing strange in his returning the courtesy as soon as he conveniently could. On the following morning, therefore, the master betook himself to Venice in his gondola. Pasquale was already gone in the skiff on the errand entrusted to him. He had judged it best not to put on his Sunday clothes, nor his clean shirt, nor to waste time in improving his appearance at the barber's, for he had been shaved on Saturday night as usual, and the week was not yet half over. Hidden in the bow of the little boat there lay his provision for the day, half a loaf of bread, a thick slice of cheese, and 2 onions, with an earthen bottle of water. With these supplies the old sailor knew he could roam the canals of Venice for 24 hours if he chose, and he also had some money in case it should seem wise to ply an acquaintance with a little strong wine in order to promote conversation. The morning was sultry, and a light haze hung over the islands at sunrise, which is by no means unusual. Pasquale sniffed the air as he rowed himself through the narrow canals. There was a mingled smell of stagnant salt water, cabbage stalks, watermelons, and wood smoke long unfamiliar to him, and reminding him pleasantly of his childhood. Wherever a bit of stone pier ran along by an open space, scores of olive-skinned boys were bathing, and as he passed they yelled at him and splashed him. Many a time he had done the same long ago, and had sometimes got a sharp knock from the blade of an oar for his pains. The high walls made brown shadows that struck across the greenish water, shivering away to long streaks of broken light and shade, and trying to dance and rock themselves together for a moment before a passing boat disturbed them again. In the shade, boats were moored, laden with fresh vegetables and with jars of milk brought in from the islands and the mainland before dawn. From open windows here and there, red-haired women with dark eyes looked down idly and breathed the morning air for a few minutes before beginning their household work. The bells of St. John and St. Paul were ringing to low mass, and a few old women with black shawls over their heads and wooden clogs on their feet made a faint clattering as they straggled to the door. It was long since Pasquale had been in Venice. He could not remember exactly how many years had passed, but the city had changed little, and still, after many centuries, there is but little and slow change. The ways and turnings were familiar to him as ever, and would have been unforgotten if he had never taken the trouble to cross the lagoon again, to his dying day. The soft sounds, the violent colors, the splendid gloom of deep-arched halls that went straight from the great open door at the water's edge to the shadowy heart of the palace within, the boatmen polishing the metalwork of their gondolas with brick dust and olive oil, the servants, still in rough working clothes, sweeping the steps and trimming off the charred hemp wicks of torches that had been used in the night, the single woman's voice far overhead that broke the silence of some narrow way, singing its song for sheer gladness of an idle heart. It was all as it used to be, and Pasquale had a dim consciousness that he loved it better than his dreary little den in Murano, and better than his Sunday walk as far as San Donato, when all the handsome women and pretty girls of the smaller people were laughing away the cool hours and showing off their little fineries. It was but a vague suggestion of a sentiment with him, and no more. He knew that he should starve if he came back to Venice, and what was the pleasant smell of the cabbage stalks and watermelons that it should compare with the security of daily bread and lodging, with some money to spare, and 2 suits of clothes every year, which his master gave him in return for keeping a single door shut? He pushed out upon the Grand Canal, where as yet there were few boats and no gondolas at all, and soon he turned the corner of the Salute and rowed out slowly upon the Giudecca, where the merchant vessels lay at anchor, large and small, galliots and feluccas, and many a broad trabacolo from the Istrian coast, with huge spreading bows, and hawse ports painted scarlet like great red eyes. The old sailor's heart was gladdened by the sight of them, and as he rested on his single oar, he gently cursed the land and all landlocked places, and rivers and fresh water, and all lakes and inland canals, and wished himself once more on the high seas, with a stout vessel, a lazy captain, a dozen hard-fisted shipmates, and a quarter of a century less to his account of years. He had been dreaming a little, and now he bent to the oar again and sent the skiff quietly along by the pier, looking out for any idle seamen who might be led into conversation. Before long he spied a couple sitting on the edge of the stones near some steps and fishing with long canes. He passed them, of course, without looking at them, lest they should suspect that he had come their way purposely, and he made the skiff fast by the stair, after which he sat down on a thwart and stared vacantly at things in general, being careful not to bestow a glance on the two men. Presently one of them caught a small fish, and Pasquale judged that the moment for scraping an acquaintance had begun. He turned his head and watched how the man unhooked the fish and dropped it flapping into a basket made of half-dried rushes. "There are no whales in the canal," he observed. "There are not even tunny fish. But what there is, it seems that you know how to catch." "I do what I can, according to my little skill," answered the man. "It passes the time, and then it is always something to eat with the bread." "Yes," Pasquale answered. "A roasted fish on bread with a little oil is very savory. As for passing the time, I suppose that you are looking for a ship?" "Of course," the man replied. "If we had a ship, we should not be here fishing. It is a bad time of the year, you must know, for most of the Venetian vessels are at sea, and we do not care to ship with any Neapolitan captain who chances to have starved some of his crew to death." "I have heard of a rich Greek merchant captain who has been in Venice some time," observed Pasquale carelessly. "He'll be looking out for a crew before long." "Ah, is Captain Aristarchi going to sea at last?" asked the man who had not spoken yet. "Or do you mean some other captain?" "That is the name, I believe," said Pasquale. "It was an outlandish name like that. Do you ever see him about the docks? I saw him once, a piece of man, I tell you, with bones like a bull and a face like a bear." "He's not often seen," answered the man who had spoken last. "That is his slip over there, between the Trabacolo and the dismasted hulk." "I see her," returned Pasquale at once. "A thorough Greek she is, too, by her looks, but well kept enough if she is only waiting for a cargo, with 2 or 3 hands on board." The men laughed a little at Pasquale's ignorance concerning the vessel. "She has a full crew," said one. "She is always ready for sea at any moment, with provisions and water. No one can understand what the captain means, nor why he is here, nor why he is willing to pay 20 men for doing nothing." "Does the captain live on board of her?" inquired Pasquale indifferently. "Not he. He is amusing himself in Venice. He has hired a house by the month, not far from the Baker's Bridge, and there he has been living for a long time." "He must be very rich," observed Pasquale, who had found out what he wished to know, but was too wise to let the conversation drop too abruptly. "From what you say, however, he needs no more hands on his vessel." "It is not for us," answered the man. "We will ship with a captain we know, and with shipmates from our own country who are Christians and understand the compass." This he said because all seagoing vessels did not carry a compass in those days. "And until we can pick up a ship we like," added the other man, "we will live on bread and water, and if we catch a fish now and then in the canal, so much the better." Pasquale cast off the bit of line that moored his skiff, shipped his single oar, and with a parting word to the men, he pushed off. "You're quite right," he said. "A roast fish is a savory thing." They nodded to him and again became intent on their pastime. Pasquale rowed faster than before, and he passed close under the stern of the Greek vessel. The mate was leaning over the taffrail under the poop awning. He was dressed in baggy garments of spotless white. His big blue cap was stuck far back on his head, and his strong brown arms were bare to the elbow. He looked as broad as he was long.
"Is the captain on board, sir?"
asked Pasquale at a venture, but looking at the mate with interest. He expected that he would answer the question in the negative by sticking out his jaw and throwing his head a little backward. To his surprise, the mate returned his gaze a moment and then stood upright. "Keep under the counter," he said in fairly good Italian. "I will go and see if the captain is in his cabin." Pasquale waited, and in a few moments the mate returned, dropped the Jacob's ladder over the taffrail, and made it fast on board. Pasquale hitched the painter of the skiff to the end that hung down, and went up easily enough in spite of his age and stiffened joints. He climbed over the rail and stood beside the mate. The instant his feet touched the white deck, he wished he had put on his Sunday hose and his clean shirt. He touched his cap, as he assuredly would not have done ashore, to anyone but his master. "You seem to have been a sailor," said the Greek mate in an approving tone.
"Yes, sir," answered Pasquale. "Is Zorzi still safe?"
"The captain will tell you about Zorzi," was the mate's answer as he led the way. Aristarchus was seated with one leg under him on an iron transom, over which was spread a priceless Persian silk carpet, such as the richest patrician in Venice would have hung on the wall like a tapestry of great value. He looked at Pasquale, and the latter heard the door shut behind him. In the same instant a well-known voice greeted him by name, as Zorzi himself appeared from the inner cabin.
"I did not expect to find you so soon,"
said the porter with a growl of satisfaction. "I wish you had found him sooner," laughed Aristarchus carelessly. "And since you are here, I hope you will carry him off with you and never let me see his face again till all this disturbance is over. I would rather have carried off the Doge himself, with his precious velvet nightcap on his head, than have taken this fellow the other night. All Venice is after him. I was just going to drown him to get rid of him." There was a sort of savage good nature in the Greek's tone which was reassuring, in spite of his ferocious looks and words.
"You would have been hanged if you had,"
observed Pasquale in answer to the last words. Zorzi was evidently none the worse for what had happened to him since his arrest and unexpected liberation. He was not the sort that suffer by the imagination when there is real danger, for he had plenty of good sense. Pasquale told him that the master had returned. "We knew it yesterday," Zorzi answered. "The captain seems to know everything." "Listen to me, friend porter," Aristarchus said. "If you will take this young fellow with you, I shall be obliged to you. I took him from the governor's men out of mere kindness of heart, because I liked him the first time I saw him. But the 10 are determined to get him into their hands, and I have no fancy to go with him and answer for the half-dozen crowns my maid and I broke in that frolic at Murano." Pasquale's small eyes twinkled at the thought of the discomfited archers. "We have changed our lodgings 3 times since yesterday afternoon," continued Aristarchus, "and I am tired of carrying this lame bottle-blower up and down rope ladders when the signors of the night are at the door. So drop him over the rail into your boat and let me lead a peaceful life."
"Ha ha, like an honest merchant captain as you are," added Pasquale with a grin. "We have been anxious for you," he added, looking at Zorzi. "The master is in Venice this morning to see his friends on your behalf, I think."
"If we go back openly," Zorzi said, "we may both be taken at any moment."
"If they catch me," answered Pasquale, "they will heave me overboard. I'm not worth salting. But they need not catch either of us. Once in the laboratory at Murano, they will never find you. That is the one place they will not look for you."
The mate put his head down through the small hatch overhead. "I do not like the look of a boat, sir, that has just put off from St. George's." Aristarchus sprang to his feet. "Pick him up and drop him into the porter's skiff," he said. "I am sick of dancing with this fellow in my arms." With incredible ease, Aristarchus took Zorzi round the waist, mounted the cabin table, and passed him up through the hatch to the mate, who had already brought him to the Jacob's ladder at the stern before Pasquale could get there by the ordinary way. "Quick, man," said the mate, as the old sailor climbed over the rail. At the same time he slipped the bight of short rope round Zorzi's body under his arms and got a turn round the rail with both parts, so as to lower him easily. Zorzi helped himself as well as he could, and in a few moments he was lying in the bottom of the skiff, covered with a piece of sacking which the mate threw down. The rope ladder was hauled up and disappeared, and when Pasquale glanced back as he rowed slowly away, the mate was leaning over the taffrail in an attitude of easy unconcern. The old porter had smuggled more than one bale of rich goods ashore in his young days, for a captain who had a dislike of the customs, and he knew that his chance of safety lay not in speed, but in showing a cool indifference. He might have dropped down the Giudecca at a good rate, for the tide was fair, but he preferred a direction that would take him right across the course of the boat which the mate had seen coming, as if he were on his way to the Lido. The officer of the 10, with 4 men in plain brown coats and leathern belts, sat in the stern of the 8-oared launch that swept swiftly past the skiff towards the vessels at anchor. Pasquale rested on his oar a moment and turned to look, with an air of interest that would have disarmed any suspicions the officer might have entertained. But he had none, and did not bestow a second glance on the little craft with its shabby oarsmen. Then Pasquale began to row again, with the long, even stroke that had no air of haste about it, but which kept the skiff at a good speed. When he saw that he was out of hearing of other boats and heading for the Lido, he began to tell what he intended to do next, in a low, monotonous tone, glancing down now and then at Zorzi's face, that cautiously peered at him from the folds of the sackcloth. "I will tell you when to cover yourself," he said, speaking at the horizon. "We shall have to spend the day under one of the islands. I have some bread and cheese and water, and there are onions. When it is night, I will just slip into our canal at Murano, and you can sleep in the laboratory as if you had never left it." "If they find me there, they cannot say that I am hiding," said Zorzi with a low laugh. "Lie low," said Pasquale softly. "There's a boat coming." For 10 minutes neither spoke, and Zorzi lay quite still, covering his face. When the danger was past, Pasquale began to talk again, and told him all he himself knew of what had happened, which was not much, but which included the assurance that the master was for him and had turned against Giovanni. "As for me," said Zorzi by and by, when they were moored to a stake far out in the lagoon, "I was whirled from place to place by those 2 men till I did not know where I was. When they first carried me off, they made me lie in the bottom of their boat, as I am lying now, and they took me to a house somewhere near the Baker's Bridge. Do you know the house of Agnus Dei?" Pasquale grunted. "It was not far from that," Zorzi continued. "Aristarchi lives there. The mate went back to the ship, I suppose, and Aristarchi's servant gave us supper. Then we slept quietly till morning, and I stayed there all day, but Aristarchi thought it would not be safe to keep me in his house the next night. That was last night. He said he feared that a certain lady had guessed where I was. He is a mysterious individual, this Greek, so I was taken somewhere else in the bottom of a boat after dark. I do not know where it was, but I think it must have been the garret of some tavern where they play dice. After midnight I heard a great commotion below me, and presently Aristarchi appeared at the window with a rope. He always seems to have a coil of rope within reach. He tied me to him. It was like being tied to a wild horse, and he got us safely down from the window to the boat again, and the mate was in it, and they took me to the ship faster than I was ever rowed in my life. You know the rest." All through the long July day they lay in the fierce sun, shading themselves with the sacking as best they could. But when it was dark at last, Pasquale cast off and headed the skiff for Murano. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Marietta, a Maid of Venice by Marion CRAWFORD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jacopo Contarini's luck at dice had changed of late, and his friends no longer spoke of losing like him, but of winning as he did on almost every throw. Nevertheless, said big Foscari to Venier, his love affairs seem to prosper. The Georgian is as beautiful as ever, and he's going to marry a rich wife. It was the afternoon of the day on which Zorzi had left Aristarch's ship, and the two patricians were lounging in the shady merceria, where the overhanging balconies of the wooden houses almost met above, and the merchants sat below in the windows of their deep shops on the little platforms which were at once counters and window-sills. The street smelt of Eastern silks and Spanish leather, and of the Egyptian pastilles which the merchants of perfumery continually burnt in order to attract custom. "I am not qualmish," answered Venier languidly, "yet it sickens me to think of the life Jacopo means to lead. I am sorry for the glassmaker's daughter." Foscari laughed carelessly. The idea that a woman should be looked upon as anything more than a slave or an object of prey had never occurred to him. But Venier did not smile. "Since we speak of glassmakers," he said, "Jacopo is doing his best to get that unlucky Dalmatian imprisoned and banished. Old Beroviero came to see me this morning and told me a long story about it, which I cannot possibly remember, but it seems to me, you understand." He spoke in low tones, for the merceria was crowded. Foscari, who was one of those who took most seriously the ceremonial of the secret society, while not caring a straw for its political side, looked very grave. "It is of no use to say that the poor fellow is only a glass-blower," Venier continued. "There are men besides patricians in the world, and good men, too. I mean to tell Contarini what I think of it tonight." "I will, too," said Foscari at once. "And I intend to use all the influence my family has to obtain a fair hearing for the Dalmatian. I hope you will help me. Amongst us we can reach every one of the Council of 10, except old Contarini, who has the soul of a schoolmaster and the intelligence of a crab. If I did not like the fellow, I suppose I should let him be hanged several times, rather than to take so much trouble. Sins of omission are my strongest point. I have always surprised my confessor at Easter by the extraordinary number of things I have left undone." "I dare say," laughed Foscari, "but I remember that you were not too lazy to save me from drowning when I fell into the Grand Canal in Carnival." "I forgot that the water was so cold," said Venier. "If I had guessed how chilly it was, I should certainly not have pulled you out. There is the old Hussein at his window. Let us go in and drink sherbet." "We shall find Mocenigo and Loredan there," answered Foscari. "They shall promise to help the glass-blower, too." They nodded to the Persian merchant, who saluted them by extending his hand toward the ground, as if to take up dust, then bringing it to his forehead. He was very fat, and his pear-shaped face might have been carved out of white cheese. The two young men went in by the small door at the side of the window counter and disappeared into the interior. At the back of the shop there was a private room with a latticed window that looked out upon a narrow canal. It was one of the many places where the young Venetians met in the afternoon to play dice undisturbed, on pretense of examining Hussein's splendid carpets and oriental silks. Moreover, Hussein's wife, always invisible but ever near, had a marvelous gift for making fruit sherbets, cooled with the snow that was brought down daily from the mountains on the mainland in dripping bales covered with straw matting. Loredan and Mocenigo were already there, as Foscari had anticipated, eating pistachio nuts and sipping sherbet through rice straws out of tall glasses from Murano. It was a very safe place, for Hussein's knowledge of the Italian language was of a purely commercial character, embracing every numerical infraction, common or uncommon, and the names of all the hundreds of foreign coins that passed current in Venice, together with a half a dozen necessary phrases. And his invisible but occasionally audible wife understood no Italian at all. Also, Hussein was always willing to lend any young patrician money with which to pay his losses, at the modest rate of 7 ducats to be paid every week for the use of each 100, which one of the youths, who had a turn for arithmetic, had discovered to be only about 364% yearly, whereas Casadio, the Hebrew, had a method of his own by which he managed to get about 580. It was therefore a real economy to frequent Hussein's shop. In spite of his pretended forgetfulness, Venier remembered every word that Beroviero had told him, and indolently as he talked, his whole nature was roused to defend Zorzi. In his heart he despised Contarini, and hoped that his marriage might never take place, for he was sincerely sorry for Marietta. But it was Jacopo's behavior towards Zorzi that called forth his wrath. It was the man's disdainful assumption that because Zorzi was not a patrician, the oath to defend every companion of the society was not binding where he was concerned. It was the insolent certainty that the others should all be glad to be rid of the poor Dalmatian, who, after all, had not troubled them overmuch with his company. On that very evening they were to meet at the house of Agnus Dei, and Venier was determined to speak his mind. When he chose to exert himself, his influence over his companions was very great, if not supreme. He soon brought Mocenigo and Loredan to share his opinion, and to promise the support of all their many relations in Zorzi's favor, and the 4 began to play for lack of anything better to do. Before long, others of the society came in, and as each arrived, Venier, who only played in order not to seem as unsociable as he generally felt, set down the dice-box to gain over a new ally. An hour had passed when Contarini himself appeared, even more magnificent than usual, his beautiful waving beard most carefully trimmed and combed, as if to show it to its greatest advantage against the purple silk of a surcoat cut in a new fashion, and which he was wearing for the first time. His white hands were splendid with jeweled rings, and he wore at his belt a large wallet purse embroidered in Constantinople before the coming of the Turks, and adorned with 3 enameled images of saints. Hussein himself ushered him in as if he were the guest of honor, as the Persian merchant indeed considered him, for none of the others had ever paid him half so many 7 weekly ducats for money borrowed in all their lives, as Jacopo had often paid in a single year. There are men whom no one respects very highly, who are not sincerely trusted, whose honor is not spotless, and whose ways are far from straight, but who nevertheless hold a certain ascendancy over others by mere show and assurance. When Contarini entered a place where many were gathered together, there was almost always a little hush in the talk, followed by a murmur that was pleasant in his ear. No one paused to look at Swan Venier when he came into a room, though there was not one of his friends who would not have gone to him in danger or difficulty, without so much as thinking of Contarini as a possible helper in trouble. But it was almost impossible not to feel a sort of artistic surprise at Jacopo's extraordinary beauty of face and figure, if not at the splendid garments in which he delighted to array himself. It was with a slight condescension that he greeted the group of players, some of whom at once made a place for him at the table. They had been ready enough to stand by Venier against him in Zorzi's defense, but unless Venier led the way, there was not one of them who would think of opposing him, or taking him to task for what was very like a betrayal. Venier returned his greeting with some coldness, which Contarini hardly noticed, as his reception by others had been sufficiently flattering. Then they began to play. Jacopo won from the first. Foscari bent his heavy eyebrows and tugged at his beard angrily as he lost one throw after another. The cold sweat stood on Mocenigo's forehead in beads as he risked more and more, and Loredan's hand trembled when it was his turn to take up the dice-box against Contarini, for they played a game in which each threw against all the rest in succession. "You cannot say that the dice are loaded," laughed Contarini at last, "for they are your own." The delicacy of the thought is only exceeded by the good taste that expresses it, observed Venier. "You are sarcastic, my friend," answered Jacopo, shaking the dice. "It is your turn with me." Jacopo threw first. Venier followed him and lost. "That is my last throw," he said, as he pushed the remains of his small heap of gold across to Contarini. "I have no more money today, nor shall I have tomorrow." "Hussein has plenty," suggested Foscari, who hoped that Contarini's luck would desert him before long. "At this rate you will need all he has," returned Venier, with a careless laugh. Before long, more than one of the players was obliged to call in the ever-complacent Persian merchant, and the heap of gold grew in front of Jacopo till he could hardly keep it together. "It is true that you have been losing for years," said Mocenigo, trying to laugh, "but we did not think you would win back all your losses in a day." "You shall have your revenge tonight," answered Contarini, rising. "I am expected at a friend's house at this hour." His large wallet was so full of gold that he could hardly draw the strong silken strings together and tie them. "A friend's house?" laughed Loredan, who had lost somewhat less than the others. "It would give us much delight to know the color of the lady's hair." To this Contarini answered only by a smile, which was not devoid of satisfaction. "Take care," said Foscari, gloomily contemplating the bare table before him, over which so much of his good gold had slipped away. "Take care. Luck at play, mischance in love, says the proverb." "Oh, in that case I congratulate you, my dear friend," returned Contarini gaily. The others laughed at the retort, and the party broke up, though all did not go at once. Venier went out alone, while 2 or 3 walked with Contarini to his gondola. The rest stayed behind in the shop and made old Hussein unroll his choicest carpets and show them his most precious embroideries, though he protested that it was already much too dark to appreciate such choice things. But they did not wish to be seen coming away in a body, for such playing was very strictly forbidden, and the spies of the 10 were everywhere. Contarini dismissed his gondola at the house of Agnus Dei, and was admitted by the trusted servant who had once taken a message to Zorzi. He found Arisa waiting for him in her favorite place by the open window, and the glow of the setting sun made little fires in her golden hair. She could tell by his face that he had been fortunate at play, and her smile was very soft and winning. As he sank down beside her in the luxurious silence of satisfaction, her fingers were stealthily trying the weight of his laden wallet. She could not lift it with one hand. She smiled again as she thought how easily Aristarchus would carry the money in his teeth, well tied and knotted in a kerchief, when he slipped down the silk rope from her window, though it would be much wiser to exchange it for pearls and diamonds, which Contarini might see and admire, and which she could easily take with her in her final flight. He trusted her, too, in his careless way, and that night, when he was ready to go down and admit his companions, he would empty most of the gold into a little coffer, in which he often left the key, taking but just enough to play with, and almost sure of winning more. She was very gentle on that evening when the sun had gone down, and they sat in the deepening dusk, and she spoke sadly of not seeing him for several hours. It would be so lonely, she said, and since he could play in the daytime, why should he give up half of one precious night to those tiresome dice? He laughed indolently, pleased that she should not even suspect the real object of the meetings. By and by, when it was an hour after dark, and they had eaten of delicate things which the silent old woman brought them on small silver platters, Contarini went down to let in his guests, and Arisa was alone, as usual on such evenings. For a long time she lay quite still among the cushions in the dark, for Jacopo had taken the light with him. She loved to be in the darkness, as she always told him, and for very good reasons, and she had so accustomed herself to it as to see almost as well as Aristarchus himself, for whom she was waiting. At last she heard the expected signal of his coming, the soft and repeated splashing of an oar in the water just below the window. In a moment she was in the inner room to receive him in her straining arms, longing to be half crushed to death in his. But tonight, even as he held her in the first embrace of meeting, she felt that something had happened, and that there was a change in him. She drew him to the little light that burned in her chamber before the image and looked into his face, terrified at the thought of what she might see there. He smiled at her and raised his shaggy eyebrows as if to ask if she really distrusted him. "Yes," he said, nodding his big head slowly. "Something has happened. You are quick at guessing. We are going tonight. There is moonlight, and the tide will serve in 2 or 3 hours. Get ready what you need, and put together the jewels and the money." "Tonight?" cried Arisa, very much surprised. "Tonight? Do you really mean it?" "Yes, I am in earnest. Michael has emptied my house of all my belongings today and has taken the keys back to the owner. We have plenty of time, for I suppose those overgrown boys are playing at dice downstairs, and I think I shall take leave of Contarini in person." "You are capable of anything," laughed Arisa. "I should like to see you tear him into little strips, so that every shred should keep alive to be tortured." "How amiable! What gentle thoughts you have! Indeed, you women are sweet creatures." With her small white hand she jestingly pretended to box his huge ears. "You would be well paid if I refused to go with you," she said with a low laugh, "but I should like to know why you have decided so suddenly. What is the matter? What is to become of all our plans, and of Contarini's marriage? Tell me quickly." "I have had a visit from an officer of the 10 today," he said. "The 10 send me greeting, as it were, and their service, and kindly invite me to leave Venice within 24 hours. As the 10 are the only persons in Venice for whom I have the smallest respect, I shall show it by accepting their invitation." "But why? What have you done?" "Of course, it is not a serious matter to give a sound beating to an officer of justice and 6 of his men," answered Aristarchus. "But it is not the custom here, and they suspect me of having done it. To tell the truth, I think I am hardly treated. I have sent Zorzi back to Murano, and if the 10 have the sense to look for him where he has been living for 5 years, they will find him at once, at work in that stifling furnace-room. But I fancy that is too simple for them." He told her how Pasquale had come in the morning, and how the officer who had been in pursuit of him had searched the ship for Zorzi in vain. The order to leave Venice had come an hour later. The anchors were now up, and the vessel was riding to the kedge by a light hawser well out in the channel. As soon as Arisa could be brought on board, Aristarchus meant to make sail, for the strong offshore breeze would blow all night. "We may as well leave nothing behind," said Aristarchus coolly. "Michael will wait for us below in one of the ship's boats. There is room for all Contarini's possessions, if we can only get at them." "Would it not be better to be content with what we have already, and to go at once?" asked Arisa rather timidly. "No," replied Aristarchus. "I'm going to say good-bye to your old friend in my own way." "Do you mean to kill him?" asked Arisa in a whisper, though it was quite safe for them to talk in natural tones. "I could go behind him and throw something over his head." Aristarchus grinned and pressed her beautiful head to his breast, caressing her with his rough hands. "You are as bloodthirsty as a little tigress," he said. "No, I do not even mean to hurt him." "Oh, I hoped you would," answered the Georgian woman. "I have hated him so long. Will you not kill him just to please me? We could wind him in a sheet, with a weight, you know, and drop him into the canal, and no one would ever know. I have often thought of it." "Have you, my gentle little sweetheart?" Aristarchus chuckled with delight as he stroked her hair. "I am sorry," he continued. "The fact is, I am not a Georgian like you. I have been brought up among people of civilization, and I have scruples about killing anyone. Besides, sweet dove, if we were to kill the son of one of the Council of 10, the council would pursue us wherever we went, for Venice is very powerful. But the 10 will not lift a hand to revenge a good-for-nothing young gamester whose slave has run away with her first love. Everyone will laugh at Contarini if he tries to get redress. It is better to laugh than to be laughed at. It is better to be laughed at than to cry. It is better to cry one's eyes blind than to be hanged." Having delivered himself of these opinions, Aristarchus began to look about him for whatever might be worth the trouble of carrying off, and Arisa collected all her jewels from the caskets in which they were kept, and little bags of gold coins, which she had hidden in different places. She also lit a candle and brought Aristarchus to the small coffer in which Contarini kept ready gold for play, and which was now more than half full. "The dowry of the glassmaker's daughter," observed the Greek as he carried it off. There were small objects of gold and silver on the tables in the large room. There was a dagger with a jeweled hilt, an illuminated mass book in a chased silver case. "You will need it on Sundays at sea," said Aristarchus. "I cannot read," said the Georgian slave regretfully, "but it will be a consolation to have the missal." Aristarchus smiled and tossed the book upon the heap of things. "It would be amusing to pay a visit to those young fools downstairs, and to take all their money and leave them locked up for the night," he said, as if a thought had struck him. "There are too many of them," answered Arisa, laying her hand anxiously upon his arm, "and they are all armed. Please do nothing so foolish." "If they're all like Contarini, I do not mind 20 of them or so," laughed Aristarchus. "They must have more than 1,000 gold ducats amongst them. That would be worth taking." "They're not all like Contarini," said Arisa. "There is Juan Venier, for instance." "Juan Venier? Is he one of them? I have heard of him. I should like to see whether he could be frightened, for they say it is impossible." Aristarchus scratched his head, pushing his shaggy hair forward over his forehead, as he tried to think of an effectual scheme for producing the desired result. "The 10 might pursue us for that, as well as for a murder." Meanwhile, the friends assembled in the room downstairs had been occupied for a long time in hearing what Juan Venier had to say to Jacopo Contarini concerning the latter's treatment of Zorzi. For Venier had kept his word, and as soon as all were present he had boldly spoken his mind in a tone which his friends were not accustomed to hear. At first Contarini had answered with offended surprise, asking what concern it could be of Venier's whether a miserable glass-blower were exiled or not, and he appealed to the others, asking whether it would not be far better for them all that such an outsider as Zorzi should be banished from Venice. But Venier retorted that the Dalmatian had taken the same oath as the rest of the company, that he was an honest man, besides being a great artist, as his master asseverated, and that he had the same right to the protection of each and all of them as Contarini himself. To the latter's astonishment, this speech was received with unanimous approbation, and every man present, except Contarini, promised his help and that of his family, so far as he might obtain it. "I have advised Beroviero," Venier then continued, "if he can find the young artist, to make him go before the Council of 10 of his own free will, taking some of his works with him. And now that this question is settled, I propose to you all that our society cease to have any political or revolutionary aim whatever, for I am of opinion that we are risking our necks for a game at dice and for nothing else, which is childish. The only liberty we are vindicating, so far as I can see, is that of gaming as much as we please, and if we do that and nothing more, we shall certainly not go between the red columns for it. A fine or a few months of banishment to the mainland would be the worst that could happen. As things are now, we are not only in danger of losing our heads at any moment, which is an affair of merely relative importance, but we may be tempted to make light of a solemn promise, which seems to me a very grave matter." Thereupon Venier looked round the table, and almost all the men were of his opinion. Contarini flushed angrily, but he knew himself to be in the wrong, and though he was no coward, he had not the sort of temper that faces opposition for its own sake. He therefore began to rattle the dice in the box, as a hint to all that the discussion was at an end. But his good fortune seemed gone, and instead of winning at almost every throw, as he had won in the afternoon, he soon found that he had almost exhausted the heap of gold he had laid on the table, and which he had thought more than enough. He staked the remainder with Foscari, who won it at a cast, and laughed. "You offered us your revenge," said the big man. "We mean to take it." But though Contarini was not a good fighter, he was a good gamester, and never allowed himself to be disturbed by ill luck. He joined in the laugh and rose from the table. "You must forgive me," he said, "if I leave you for a moment. I must fill my purse before I play again." "Do not stay too long," laughed Loredan. "If you do, we shall come and get you, and then we shall know the color of the lady's hair." Contarini laughed as he went to the door and opened it and stealthily set the key in the lock on the outside. "I shall lock you in while I am gone," he cried. "You are far too inquisitive." Laughing gaily, he turned the key on the whole company, and he heard their answering laughter as he went away, for they accepted the jest and continued playing. He entered the large room upstairs just as Aristarchus had finished tying up the heavy bundle in the inner chamber. Arisa heard the well-known footstep and placed one hand over Aristarchus' mouth, lest he should speak, while the other pointed to the curtained door. The Greek held his breath. "Arisa! Arisa!" Contarini called out. "Bring me a light, sweetest." Without hesitation, Arisa took the lighted candle, and making a gesture of warning to Aristarchus, went quickly to the other room. The Greek crept towards the door, the big veins standing out like knots on his rugged temples, his great hands opened wide, with the tips of his fingers a little turned in. He was like a wrestler ready to get his hold with a spring. "I want some more money," Contarini was saying in explanation. "They said they would follow me if I stayed too long, so I have locked them in. I think I shall keep them waiting a while. What do you say, love?" He laughed again, aloud, and on the other side of the curtain Aristarchus grinned from ear to ear and noiselessly loosened the black sash he wore round his waist. For once in his life, as Zorzi would have said, he had not a coil of rope at hand when he needed it, but the sash was strong and would serve the purpose. He pushed the curtain aside a very little in order to see before springing. Contarini stood half-turned away from the door, clasping Arisa to his breast and kissing her. The next moment he was sprawled on the floor, face downward, and Arisa was pressing one of the soft cushions from the divan upon his head to smother his cries, while Aristarchus bound his hands firmly together behind him with one end of the long sash, and in spite of his desperate struggle got a turn with the rest round both his feet, drew them back as far as he could, and hitched the end twice. Jacopo was now perfectly helpless, but he was not yet dumb. Aristarchus had brought his tools with him in the bosom of his doublet. Kneeling on Contarini's shoulders, he took out a small iron instrument, shaped exactly like a pear, but which, by a screw placed where the stem would be, could be made to open out in 4 parts that spread like the petals of a flower. Arisa looked on with savage interest, for she believed that it was some horrible instrument of torture, and indeed it was the iron gag, the pear of anguish, which the torturers used in those days to silence those whom they called their patients. Holding the instrument closed, Aristarchus pushed his hand under the cushion. He knew that Contarini's mouth would be open, as he must be half suffocated and gasping for breath. In an instant the iron pear had slipped between his teeth, and had opened its relentless leaves, obedient to the screw. "Take the pillow away," said Aristarchus quietly. "We can say good-bye to your old acquaintance now, but he will have to content himself with nodding his head in a friendly way." He turned the helpless man upon his side, for owing to the position of his heels and hands, Contarini could not lie on his back. Then Aristarchus set the candle on the floor near his face, and looked at him, and indulged himself in a low laugh. Contarini's face was deep red with rage and suffocation, and his beautiful brown eyes were starting from their sockets with a terror which increased when he saw for the first time the man with whom he had to deal, or rather who was about to deal with him, and most probably without mercy. Then he caught sight of Arisa, smiling at him, but not as she had been wont to smile. Aristarchus spoke at last, in an easy, reassuring tone. "My friend," he said, "I am not going to hurt you any more. You may think it strange, but I really shall not kill you. Arisa and I have loved each other for a long time, and since she has lived here, I have come to her almost every night. I know your house almost as well as you do, and you have kindly told me that your friends are all locked in. We shall therefore not have the trouble of leaving by the window, since we can go out by the front door, where my boat will be waiting for us. You will never see us again." Contarini's eyes rolled wildly, and still Arisa smiled. "You have made him suffer," she said. "He loved me." "Before we go," continued the Greek, folding his arms and looking down upon his miserable enemy, "I think it fair to warn you that under the praying stool in Arisa's room there is an air shaft through which we have heard all your conversation during these secret meetings of yours. If you try to pursue us, I shall send information to the 10, which will cut off most of your heads. As they are so empty, it might seem to be scarcely worth while to take them, but the 10 know best. I can rely on your discretion. If I were not sure of it, I would accede to this dear lady's urgent request and cut you up into small pieces." Contarini writhed and sputtered, but could make no sound. "I promised not to hurt you any more, my friend, and I am a man of my word, but I have long admired your hair and beard. You see, I was in St. Mark's when you went there to meet the glassmaker's daughter, and I have seen you at other times. I should be sorry never to see such a beautiful beard again, so I mean to take it with me, and if you will keep quiet, I shall really not hurt you." Thereupon he produced from his doublet a bright pair of shears, and knelt down by the wretched man's head. Contarini twisted himself as he might, and tried instinctively to draw his head away. "I have heard that pirates sometimes accidentally cut off a prisoner's ear," said Aristarchus. "If you will not move, I am quite sure that I shall not be so awkward as to do that." Contarini now lay motionless, and Aristarchus went to work. With the utmost neatness he cropped off the silky hair, so close to Jacopo's skull that it almost looked as if he had been shaved with a razor. In the same way he clipped the splendid beard away, and even the brown eyebrows, till there was not a hair left on Contarini's head or face. Then he contemplated his work, and laughed at the weak jaw and the womanish mouth. "You look like an ugly woman in man's clothes," he said, by way of consoling his victim. He rose now, for he feared lest Contarini's friends might break open the door downstairs. He shouldered the heavy bundle with ease, set his blue cap on the back of his head, and bade Arisa go with him. She had her mantle ready, but she could not resist casting delighted glances at her late owner's face. Before going, she knelt down one moment by his side, and inclined her face to his with a very loving gaze. Lower and lower she bent, as if she would give him a parting kiss, till Aristarchus uttered an exclamation. Then she laughed cruelly, and with the back of her hand struck the lips that had so often touched her own. A few moments later, Aristarchus had placed her in his boat, the heavy bundle of spoils lay at her feet, and the craft shot swiftly from the door of the house of the Agnus Dei. For Michael Pandos, the mate, had been waiting under the window, and a stroke of the oars brought him to the steps. In the closed room where the friends were playing dice, there began to be some astonishment at the time needed by Jacopo to replenish his purse. When more than half an hour had passed, one pair stopped playing, and then another, until they were all listening for some sound in the silent house. The perfect stillness had something alarming in it, and none of them fully trusted Contarini. "I think," said Venier, with all his habitual indolence, "that it is time to ascertain the color of the lady's hair. Can you break the lock?" He spoke to Foscari, who nodded and went to the door with 2 or 3 others. In a few seconds it flew open before their combined attack, and they almost lost their balance as they staggered out into the dark hall. The rest brought lights, and they all began to go up the stairs together. The first to enter the room was Foscari. Venier, always indifferent, was among the last. Foscari started at the extraordinary sight of a man in magnificent clothes, lying on one shoulder, with his heels tied up to his hands, and his shorn head and face moving slowly from side to side in the bright light of the wax candle that stood on the floor. The other men crowded into the room, but at first no one recognized the master of the house. Then all at once Foscari saw the rings on his fingers. "It is Contarini," he cried, "and somebody has shaved his head." He burst into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, in which the others joined, till the house rang again, and the banished servants came running down to see what was the matter. Only Juan Venier, a compassionate smile on his face, knelt beside Contarini and carefully withdrew the iron gag from his mouth. At the same instant Aristarchus' hatchet chopped through the hawser by which his vessel was riding, and he took the helm himself to steer her out through the narrow channel before the wind. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of A Maid of Venice by Frances Marion CRAWFORD. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. When Pasquale had let Zorzi in, he crossed the canal again, moored the skiff with lock and chain, and came back by the wooden bridge. Zorzi went on through the corridor and came out into the moonlit garden. It was hard to believe that only 48 hours had passed since he left it, but the freshly dug earth told him of Giovanni's search, about which Pasquale had told him, and there was the pleasant certainty that the master had come home and could probably protect him, even against the 10. Besides this, he felt stronger and more able to move than since he had been injured, and he was sure that he could now walk with only a stick to help him, though he was always to be lame. He had looked up at Marietta's window before leaving the boat, but it was dark, for Pasquale had wished to be sure that no one should see Zorzi, and it was long past the young girl's bedtime. Pasquale came back and produced some more bread and cheese from his lodge, for both men were hungry. They sat down on the bench under the plane tree and ate their meager supper together in silence, for they had talked much during the long day. Then Pasquale bade Zorzi good night and went away, and Zorzi went into the laboratory, where all was dark. But he knew every brick of the furnace and every stone of the pavement under his feet, and in a few minutes he was fast asleep in his own bed, feeling as safe as if the 10 had never existed, and as though the signors of the night were not searching every purlieu of Venice to take him into custody. And early in the morning he got up, and Pasquale brought him water as of old, and as his hose and doublet had suffered considerably during his adventures, he put on the Sunday ones and came out into the garden to breathe the morning air. Pasquale had no intention of going over to the house to announce Zorzi's return, for he was firmly convinced that the most simple way of keeping a secret was not to tell it, and before long the master would probably come over himself to ask for news. Beroviero brought Marietta with him, as he often did, and when they were within he naturally stopped to question Pasquale about his search, while Marietta went on to the garden. The porter took a long time to shut the door, and instead of answering Beroviero, shook his ugly head discontentedly, and muttered imprecations on all matters of locks, latches, bolts, bars, and other fastenings, living, dead, and yet unborn. So it came to pass that Marietta came upon Zorzi suddenly and alone when she least expected to meet him. He was standing by the well-remembered rose-bush, leaning on his stick with one hand and lifting up a trailing branch with the other. But when he heard Marietta's step, he let the branch drop again and stood waiting for her with happy eyes. She uttered a little cry that was almost of fear, and stopped short in her walk, for in the first instant she could have believed that she saw a vision. Then she ran forward with outstretched hands, and fell into his arms as he dropped his stick to catch her. As her head touched his shoulder, her heart stopped beating for a moment. She gasped a little and seemed to choke, and then the tears of joy flowed from her eyes. Her pulses stirred again, and all was well. He felt a tremor in his hands and could not speak aloud, but as he held her he bent down and whispered something in her ear, and she smiled through the shower of her happy tears, though he could not see it, for her face was hidden. Just then Beroviero entered from the corridor, followed by Pasquale, and the two old men stood still together, gazing at the young lovers. It was on that very spot that the master, when going upon his journey, had told Zorzi how he wished he were his son. But now he forgot that he had said it, and the angry blood rushed to his forehead. "How dare you!" he cried, as he made a step to go on towards the pair. They heard his voice and separated hastily. Marietta's fresh cheek blushed like red roses, and she looked down as shamefacedly as any country maid, but Zorzi turned white as he stooped to pick up his stick, then stood quite upright and met her father's eyes. "How dare you, I say," repeated the old man fiercely. "I love her, sir," Zorzi answered without fear for himself, but with much apprehension for Marietta. "And have you forgotten that I love him, father?" asked Marietta, looking up, but still blushing. "You know I told you all the truth, and you were not angry then. At least you were not so very angry," she added, shyly correcting herself. "If she has told you, sir," Zorzi began, "let me—" "You can tell me nothing I do not know," cried Beroviero, "and nothing I wish to hear. Be off. Go to the laboratory and begin work. I will speak with my daughter." Then Pasquale's voice was heard. "A furnace without a fire is like a ship without a wind. It might as well be anything else." Beroviero looked towards the old porter indignantly, but Pasquale had already begun to move, and was returning to his lodge, uttering strange and unearthly sounds as he went, for he was so happy that he was really trying to hum a tune. The master turned to the lovers again. Zorzi had withdrawn a step or two, but showed no signs of going further. "If you are going to tell me that I must change my mind," said Marietta, "and that it is a shame to love a penniless glass-blower—" "Silence!" cried the old man, stroking his beard fiercely. "How can you presume to guess what I may or may not say about your shameless conduct? Did I not see you kissing him?" "I dare say, for he did," answered Marietta, raising her eyebrows and looking down in a resigned way. "And it is not the first time either," she added, shaking her head and almost laughing. "This insolence!" cried Beroviero. "The atrocious boldness!" "Sir," said Zorzi, coming nearer, "there is only one remedy for it. Give me your daughter for my wife." "Upon my faith, this is too much. You know that Marietta is betrothed to Messer Jacopo Contarini." "I have told you that I will not marry him," said Marietta quietly, "so it is just as if I had never been betrothed to him." "That is no reason for marrying Zorzi," retorted Beroviero. "A pretty match for you, Angelo Beroviero's daughter, and a penniless foreigner, who cannot even be allowed to work openly at his art." "If I go away," Zorzi answered quietly, "I may soon be as rich as you, sir." At this unexpected statement, Beroviero opened his eyes in real astonishment, while Zorzi continued. "You have your secrets, sir, and I have kept them safe for you. But I have one of my own which is as valuable as any of yours. Did you find some pieces of my work in the annealing oven? I see that they are on the table now. Did you notice that the glass is like yours, but finer and lighter?" "Well, if it is, what then?" asked Beroviero. "It was an accident. You mixed something with some of my glass." "No," answered Zorzi. "It is altogether a composition of my own. I do not know how you mix your materials. How should I?" "I believe you do," said Beroviero. "I believe you have found it out in some way." Zorzi had produced a piece of folded paper from his doublet, and now held it up in his hand. "I am not bargaining with you, sir, for you are a man of honor. Angelo Beroviero will not rob me after having been kind to me for so many years. This is my secret, which I discovered alone, with no one's help. The quantities are written out very exactly, and I am sure of them. Read what is written here. By an accident I may have made something like your glass, but I do not believe it." He held out the paper. Beroviero's manner changed. "You were always an honorable fellow, Zorzi. I thank you." He opened the paper and looked attentively at its contents. Marietta saw his surprise and interest, and took the opportunity of smiling at Zorzi. "It is altogether different from mine," said Beroviero, looking up and handing back the document. "Is there fortune in that, sir, or not?" asked Zorzi, confident of the reply. "But you know that there is, and that wherever I go, if I can get a furnace, I shall soon be a rich man by the glass alone, without even counting on such skill as I have with my hands." "It is true," answered the master, nodding his head thoughtfully. "There are many princes who would willingly give you the little you need in order to make your fortune." "The little that Venice refuses me," said Zorzi with some bitterness. "Am I presuming so much, then, when I ask you for your daughter's hand? Is it not in my power, or will it not be very soon, to go to some other city, to Milan or Florence?" "No, no," cried Beroviero. "You shall not take her away." He stopped short, realizing that he had betrayed what had been in his mind since he had seen the two standing there, clasped in one another's arms, namely, that in spite of him or with his blessing, his daughter would before long be married to the man she loved. "Come, come," he said testily, "this is sheer nonsense." He made a step forward as if to break off the situation by going away. "If you would rather that I should not leave you, sir," said Zorzi, "I will stay here and make my glass in your furnace, and you shall sell it as if it were your own." "Yes, father, say yes," cried Marietta, clasping her hands upon the old man's shoulder. "You see how generous Zorzi is." "Generous?" Beroviero shook his head. "He is trying to bribe me, for there is a fortune in his glass, as he says. He is offering me a fortune, I tell you, to let him marry you." "The fortune which Messer Jacopo had made you promise to pay him for condescending to be my husband," retorted Marietta triumphantly. "It seems to me that of the two, Zorzi is the better match." Beroviero stared at her a moment, bewildered. Then, in half-comic despair, he clapped both his hands upon his ears and shook himself gently free of her. "Was there ever a woman yet who could not make black seem white?" he cried. "It is nonsense, I tell you. It is all arrant nonsense. You are driving me out of my senses." And thereupon he went off down the garden path to the laboratory, apparently forgetting that his presence alone could prevent a repetition of that very offense which had at first aroused his anger. The door closed sharply after him with energetic emphasis. At the same moment, Marietta, who had been gazing into Zorzi's eyes, felt that her own sparkled with amusement, and her father might also have heard her sweet, low laugh through the open window at the other end of the garden. "That was well done," she said. "Between us we have almost persuaded him." Zorzi took her willing hand and drew her to him, and she was almost as near to him as before, when she straightened herself with quick and elastic grace, and laughed again. "No, no," she said. "If he were to look out and see us again, it would be too ridiculous. Come and sit under the plane tree in the old place. Do you remember how you stared at the trunk, and would not answer me when I tried to make you speak, ever so long ago? Do you know it was because you would not say what I wanted you to say, that I let myself think that I could marry Messer Jacopo? If you had only known what you were doing." "If I had only known," Zorzi echoed as they reached the place, and Marietta sat down. They were within sight of the window, but Beroviero did not heed them. He was seated in his own chair, in deep thought, his elbows resting on the wooden arms, his fingers pressing his temples on each side, thinking of his daughter, and perhaps not quite unaware that she was talking to the only man he had ever really trusted. "I must tell you something, Zorzi," she was saying as she looked up into the face she loved. "My father told me last night what he had done yesterday. He saw Messrs. Juan Venier." Zorzi showed his surprise. "Pasquale told my father that he had been here to see you. Very well, this Messrs. Juan advised that if you could be found, you should be persuaded to go before the Tribunal of the Ten, of your own free will, to tell your story, and he promised to use all his influence and that of all his friends in your favor." "They will not change the law for me," Zorzi replied in a hopeless way. "If they could hear you, they would make a special decree," said Marietta. "You could tell them your story. You could even show them some of the beautiful things you have made. They would understand that you are a great artist. After all, my father says that one of their most especial duties is to deal with everything that concerns Murano and the glassworks. Do you think that they will banish you, now that you have a secret of your own and can injure us all by setting up a furnace somewhere else? There is no sense in that. And if you go of your own free will, they will hear you kindly, I think. But if you stay here, they will find you in the end, and they will be very angry then, because you will have been hiding from them." "You are wise," Zorzi answered. "You are very wise." "No, I love you." She spoke softly and glanced at the open window, and then at his face. "Truly?" He smiled happily as he whispered his question in one word, and he was resting a hand on the trunk of the tree, just as he had been standing on the day she remembered so well. "Ah, you know it now," she answered with bright and trusting eyes. "One may know a song well, and yet long to hear it again and again. But one cannot be always singing it oneself," she said. "I could never make it ring as sweetly as you," Zorzi answered. "Try it. I am tired of hearing my voice." "But I am not. There is no voice like it in the world. I shall never care to hear another as long as I live, nor any other song, nor any other words. And when you are weary of saying them, I shall just say them over in my heart. She loves me, all day long." "Which is better?" Marietta asked. "To love or to know that you are loved?" "The two thoughts are like soul and body," Zorzi answered. "You must not part them." "I never have, since I have known the truth, and never shall again." Then they were silent for a while, but they hardly knew it, for the world was full of the sweetest music they had ever heard, and they listened together. "Zorzi!" The master was at the window calling him. He started a little as if awaking, and obeyed the summons as quickly as his lameness would allow. Marietta looked after him, watching his halting gait, and the little effort he made with his stick at each step. For some secret reason, the injury had made him more dear to her, and she liked to remember how brave he had been. He found Beroviero busy with his papers and the results of the year's experiments, and the old man at once spoke to him as if nothing unusual had happened, telling him what to do from time to time so that all might be put in order against the time when the fires should be lighted again in September. By and by 2 men came carrying the new earthen jar for the broken glass, and all fragments in which the box had lain were shoveled into it, and the pieces of the old one were taken away. The furnace was not quite cool even yet, and the crucibles might remain where they were for a few days, but there was much to be done, and Zorzi was kept at work all the morning, while Marietta sat in the shade with her work, often looking towards the windows, and sometimes catching sight of Zorzi as he moved about within. Meanwhile, the story of Contarini's mishap had spread in Venice like wildfire, and before noon there was hardly one of all his many relations and friends who had not heard it. The tale ran through the town, told by high and low, by Jacopo's own trusted servant, and the old woman who had waited on Arisa, and it had reached the marketplace at an early hour, so that the ballad makers were busy with it. For many had known of the existence of the beautiful Georgian slave, and the subject was a good one for a song, how she had caressed him to sleep and fostered his foolish security while he loved her blindly, and how she and her mysterious lover had bound him and shaved his head and face and made him a laughing-stock, so that he must hide himself from the world for months, and moreover how they had carried away by night all the precious gifts he had heaped upon the woman since he had bought her in the slave market. Last of all, his father heard it when he came home about an hour before noon from sitting on the Council of 10, of which he was a member for that year. He found Giovanni Beroviero waiting in the hall of his house, and the two remained closeted together for some time. For the young man had promised Jacopo to tell old Contarini, though it was an ungrateful errand, and one which the latter might remember against him. But it was a kind action, and Venier performed it as well as he could, telling the story truthfully, but leaving out all such useless details as might increase the father's anger. At first, indeed, the old man brought his hand down heavily upon the table and swore that he would never see his son again, that he would propose to the 10 to banish him from Venice, that he would disinherit him and let him starve as he deserved, and much more to the same effect. But Venier entreated him, for his own dignity's sake, to do none of these things, but to send Jacopo to his villa on the Brenta River, where he might devote himself in seclusion to growing his hair and beard again. And Swann represented that if he reappeared in Venice after many months, not very greatly changed, the adventure would be so far forgotten that his life among his friends would be at least bearable, in spite of the ridicule to which he would now and then be exposed for the rest of his life, whenever anyone chose out of spite to mention barbers, shears, razors, specifics for causing the hair to grow, or Georgians in his presence. Further, Venier ventured to suggest to Contarini that he should at once break off the marriage arranged with Beroviero, rather than expose himself to the inevitable indignity of letting the step be taken by the glassmaker, who, said Venier, would as soon think of giving his daughter to a Turk as to Jacopo, since the latter's graceless doings had been suddenly held up to the light as the laughing-stock of all Venice. In making this suggestion, Venier had followed the suggestion of his own good sense and good feeling, and Contarini not only accepted the proposal, but was in the utmost haste to act upon it, fearing lest at any moment a messenger might come over from Murano with the news that Beroviero withdrew his consent to the marriage. Venier almost dictated the letter which Contarini wrote with trembling hand, and he promised to deliver it himself, and if necessary to act as ambassador. Beroviero had already called to Marietta that it was time to go home, though the midday bells had not yet rung out the hour, when Pasquale appeared in the garden and announced that Venier was waiting in his gondola and desired an immediate interview on a matter of importance. He would have come on Contarini's behalf, if for no other reason, but he had spent much time that morning in laying Zorzi's case before his friends, and all the members of the Grand Council who could have any special influence with the 10, or with the aged Doge, who, although in his 80th year, frequently assisted in person at their meetings, and whose councillors were always present. He was now almost sure of obtaining a favorable hearing for Zorzi, and wished to see Beroviero, for he was still in ignorance of Zorzi's return to the glass-house during the night. Marietta was told to go into the deserted building containing the main furnaces, now extinguished, for it was not fitting that she should be seen by a patrician whom she did not know, sitting in the garden as if she were a mere serving-woman whose face needed no veil. She ran away laughing and hid herself in the passage where she had spent moments of anguish on the night of Zorzi's arrest, and she waved a kiss to him when her father was not watching. Zorzi waited at the door of the laboratory, while Beroviero waited within, standing by the table to receive his honorable visitor. When Zorzi saw Venier's expression of astonishment on seeing him, he smiled quietly, but offered no audible greeting, for he did not know what was expected of him. But Venier took his hand frankly and held it a moment. "I am glad to find you here," he said, less indolently than he usually spoke. "I have good news for you, if you will take my advice." "The master has already told me what it is," Zorzi answered. "I am ready to give myself up whenever you think best. I have not words to thank you." "I do not like many words," answered Venier, "but if there is anything I dislike more, it is thanks. I have some private business with Messer Angelo first. Afterwards we can all three talk together." End of chapter 23. This recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 24 of Marietta, a Maid of Venice by Frances Marion Crawford. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Zorzi sat on a low bench, blackened with age, against the whitewashed wall of a small and dimly lighted room, which was little more than a cell, but was in reality the place where prisoners waited immediately before being taken into the presence of the 10. It was not far from the dreaded chamber in which the 3 chiefs sometimes heard evidence given under torture. The door was closed, and 2 guards paced the narrow corridor outside with regular and heavy steps, to which Zorzi listened with a beating heart. He was not afraid, for he was not easily frightened, but he knew that his whole future life was in the balance, and he longed for the decisive moment to come. He had surrendered on the previous day, and Beroviero had given a large bond for his appearance. There were witnesses of all that had happened. There was the lieutenant of the archers with his 6 men, some of whom still showed traces of their misadventure. There was Giovanni, whom the governor had forced to appear, much against his will, as the principal accuser by the letter which had led to Zorzi's arrest, and the letter itself was in the hands of the council's secretary. But there was also Pasquale, who had seen Zorzi go away quietly with the soldiers, and who could speak for his character, and Angelo Beroviero was there to tell the truth as far as he knew it. But Zorzi was not to be confronted with any of these witnesses, neither with the soldiers who would tell the council strange stories of devils with blue noses and fiery tails, nor with Giovanni, whose letter called him a liar, a thief, and an assassin, nor with Beroviero, nor Pasquale. The council never allowed the accused man and the witnesses for or against him to be before them at the same time, nor to hold any communication while the trial lasted. That was a rule of their procedure, but they were not by any means the mysterious body of malign monsters which they have too often been represented to be, in an age when no criminal trials could take place without torture. Zorzi waited on his bench, listening to the tread of the guards. As many trials occupied more than one day, his case would come up last of all, and the witnesses would all be examined before he himself was called to make his defense. He was nervous and anxious. Even while he was sitting there, Giovanni might be finding out some new accusation against him, or the officer of archers might be accusing him of witchcraft and of having a compact with the devil himself. He was innocent, but he had broken the law, and no doubt many an innocent man had sat on the same bench before him who had never again returned to his home. It was not strange that his lips should be parched, and that his heart should be beating like a fuller's hammer. At last the footsteps ceased, the key ground and creaked as it turned, and the door was opened. 2 tall guards stood looking at him, and one of them motioned to him to come. He could never afterwards remember the place through which he was made to pass, for the blood was throbbing in his temples so that he could hardly see. A door was opened and closed after him, and he was suddenly standing alone in the presence of the 10, feeling that he could not find a word to say if he were called upon to speak. A kindly voice broke the silence that seemed to have lasted many minutes. "Is this the person we are told is in league with Satan?" It was the Doge himself who spoke, nodding his hoary head, as very old men do, and looking at Zorzi's face with gentle eyes, almost colorless from extreme age. "This is the accused, your highness," replied the secretary from his desk, already holding in his hand Giovanni's letter. Zorzi saw that the Council of 10 was much more numerous than its name implied. The councillors were between 20 and 30, sitting in a semicircle against the carved wooden wainscot on each side of the aged Doge, Cristoforo, who had yet 1 more year to live. There were other persons present also, of whom one was the secretary, the rest being apparently there to listen to the proceedings and to give advice when they were called upon to do so. In spite of the time of year, the councillors were all splendidly robed in the red velvet mantles, edged with ermine, and the velvet caps which made up the state dress of all patricians alike, and the Doge wore his peculiar cap and coronet of office. Zorzi had never seen such an assembly of imposing and venerable men, some with long gray beards, some close-shaven, all grave, all thoughtful, all watching him with quietly scrutinizing eyes. He stood leaning a little on his stick, and he breathed more freely since the dreaded moment was come at last. Someone bade the secretary read the accusation, and Zorzi listened with wonder and disgust to Giovanni's long epistle, mentally noting the points which he might answer, and realizing that if law was to be interpreted literally, he had undoubtedly rendered himself liable to some penalty. "What have you to say?" inquired the secretary, looking up from the paper with a pair of small and piercing gray eyes. "The Supreme Council will hear your defense." "I can tell the truth," said Zorzi simply, and when he had spoken the words, he was surprised that his voice had not trembled. "That is all the Supreme Council wishes to hear," answered the secretary. "Speak on." "It is true that I am a Dalmatian," Zorzi said, "and by the laws of Venice I should not have learned the art of glass-blowing. I came to Murano more than 5 years ago, being very poor, and Messer Angelo Beroviero took me in and let me take care of his private furnace, at which he makes many experiments. In time he trusted me, and when he wished something made to try the nature of the glass, he let me make it, but not to sell such things. At first they were badly made, but I loved the art, and in short time I grew to be skillful at it. So I learnt. Sirs, I crave pardon, your Highness and the Lords of the Supreme Council. That is all I have to tell. I love the glass, and I can make light things of it in good design, because I love it as a painter loves his colors and the sculptor his marble. Give me glass, and I will make colored air of it, and gossamer, and silk, and lace. It is all I know. It is my art. I live in it. I feel in it. I dream in it. To my thoughts and eyes and hands, it is what the love of a fair woman is to the heart. While I can work and shape the things I see when I close my eyes, the sun does not move, the day has no time, winter no clouds, and summer no heat. When I am hindered, I am in exile and in prison and alone." The Doge nodded his head in kindly approbation. "The young man is a true artist," he said. "All this," said one of the chiefs of the 10, "would be well if you were a Venetian, but you are not, and the accusation says that you have sold your works to the injury of born Venetians. What have you to say?" "Sometimes my master has given me money for a beaker, or a plate, or a bottle," answered Zorzi in some trepidation, for this was the main point. "But the things were then his own. How could that do harm to anyone, since no one can make what I can make for the master's own use? And once the other day, as the Signor Giovanni's letter says there, he persuaded me to take his piece of gold for a beaker he saw in my hand, and I said that I would ask the master, when he came back, whether I might keep the money or not. And besides, I left the piece of money on the table in my master's laboratory, and the beaker in the annealing oven when they came to arrest me. That is the only work for which I ever took money, except from the master himself." "Why did the Greek captain Aristarchi beat the governor's men and carry you away?" asked another of the chiefs. Zorzi was not surprised that the name of his rescuer should be known, for the 10 were believed to possess universal intelligence. "I do not know," he answered quite simply. "He did not tell me while he kept me with him. I had only seen him once before that night, on a day when he came to treat with the master for a cargo of glass which he never bought. I gave myself up to the archers, as I gave myself up to your lordships, for I thought that I should have justice the sooner if I sought it instead of trying to escape from it." "Your Highness," said one of the oldest councillors, addressing the Doge, "is it not a pity that such a man as this, who is a good artist and who speaks the truth, should be driven out of Venice by a law that was not meant to touch him? For indeed the law exists and always will, but it is meant to hinder strangers from coming to Murano and learning the art in order to take it away with them, and this we can prevent. but we surely desire to keep here all those who know how to practice it, for the greater advantage of our commerce with other nations." "That is the intention of our laws," assented the Doge. "Your Highness, my lords," cried Zorzi, who had taken courage from what the counselor had said, "if this law is not made for such as I am, I entreat you to grant me your forgiveness if I have broken it, and make it impossible for me to break it again. My lords, you have the power to do what I ask. I beseech you that I may be permitted to work at my art as if I were a Venetian, and even to keep fires in a small furnace of my own, as other workmen may when they have saved money, that I may labor to the honor of all glassmakers, and for the good reputation of Murano. This is what I most humbly ask, imploring that it may be granted to me, but always according to your good pleasure." When he had spoken thus, asking all that was left for him to desire, and amazed at his own boldness, he was silent, and the councillors began to discuss the question among themselves. At a sign from the chiefs, the urn into which the votes were cast was brought and set before the Doge, for all was decided by ballot with colored balls, and no man knew how his neighbor voted. "Have you anything more to say?" asked the secretary, again speaking to Zorzi. "I have said all, save to thank your Highness and your lordships with all my heart," answered the Dalmatian. "Withdraw and await the decision of the Supreme Council." Zorzi cast one more glance at the great half-circle of venerable men, at their velvet robes, at the carved wainscot, at the painted vault above, and after making a low obeisance, he found his way to the door, outside which the guards were waiting. They took him back to a cell like the one where he had already sat so long, but which was reached by another passage, for everything in the palace was so disposed as to prevent the possibility of one prisoner meeting another on his way to the tribunal or coming from it, and for this reason the Bridge of Sighs, which was then not yet built, was afterwards made to contain two separate passages. It seemed a long time before the tread of guards ceased again, and the door was opened, and Zorzi rose as quickly as he could when he saw that it was the Secretary of the Ten who entered, carrying in his hand a document which had a seal attached to it. "Your prayer is granted," said the man with the sharp eyes. "By this patent the Supreme Council permits you to set up a glassmaker's furnace of your own in Murano, and confers upon you all the privileges of a born glass-blower, and promises you especial protection if anyone shall attempt to interfere with your rights." Zorzi took the precious parchment eagerly, and he felt the hot blood rushing to his face as he tried to thank the secretary. But in a moment the busy personage was gone, after speaking a word to the guards, and Zorzi heard the rustling of his silk gown in the corridor. "You are free, sir," said one of the guards very civilly, and holding the door open. Zorzi went out in a dream, finding his way he knew not how, as he received a word of direction here and there from soldiers who guarded the staircases. When he was aware of outer things, he was standing under the portico that surrounded the courtyard of the ducal palace. The broad parchment was unrolled in his hands, and his eyes were puzzling over the Latin words and the unfamiliar abbreviations. On one side of him stood old Beroviero, reading over his shoulder with absorbed interest, and on the other was Juan Venier, glancing at the document with a careless certainty of one who knows what to expect. 2 steps away Pasquale stood, in his best clothes and his clean shirt, for he had been one of the witnesses, and he was firmly planted on his bowed legs, his long arms hanging down by his sides, his little red eyes were fixed on Zorzi's face, his ugly jaw was set like a mastiff's, and his extraordinary face seemed cut in two by a monstrous smile of delight. "It seems to be in order," said Venier, politely smothering with his gloved hand the beginning of a yawn. "I owe it to you, I am sure," answered Zorzi, turning grateful eyes to him. "No, I assure you," said the patrician, "but I dare say it has made us all change our opinion of the 10, he added with a smile. "Good-bye. Let me come and see you work at your own furnace before long. I have always wished to see glass blown." Without waiting for more, he walked quickly away, waving his hand after he had already turned. It was noon when Zorzi had folded his patent carefully and hidden it in his bosom, and he and Beroviero and Pasquale went out of the busy gateway under the outer portico. Beroviero led the way to the right, and they passed St. Mark's in the blazing sun and the patriarch's palace, and came to the shady landing, the very one at which the old man and his daughter had got out when they had come to the church to meet Contarini. The gondola was waiting there, and Beroviero pushed Zorzi gently before him. "You are still lame," he said. "Get in first and sit down." But Zorzi drew back, for a woman's hand was suddenly thrust out of the little window of the Fels with a quick gesture. "There is a lady inside," said Zorzi. "Marietta is in the gondola," answered Beroviero with a smile. "She would not stay at home, but there is room for us all. Get in, my son." This ends Chapter 24, and this ends Marietta, a Maid of Venice, by Frances Marion Crawford. Recorded by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Thank you for listening, and I hope you've enjoyed it.